Good afternoon, Supervisor Miley. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great, thank you.
Recording in progress.
The Board of Supervisors is now back into open session. We will go straight to set matters, which is 12 o'clock, set matters. Because of the fact that we have three important set matters and they're very lengthy, we're asking when the public calls that they're given two minutes so that they will know they have 2 minutes to make comments so that we can accommodate on all three subject matters the public. Because we also have a 6 o'clock redistricting meeting that by constitution we have to begin at 6 o'clock p.m. as well. So we're not trying to minimize public participation, only 24 hours in a day. First item that we have at 12 o'clock for set matter is COVID-19.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I am here with Dr. Moss, our county health officer, to give the COVID-19 update for you today. Dr. Moss will cover the data, the current data around the pandemic in our county, discuss vaccine updates, the current vaccination rates, discuss boosters as well as vaccination for 5 to 11-year-olds, and also give an update on the door-to-door program called DOOR. and we'll give a little bit of an update on communications. And Dr. Moss, I'll let you take it from here and we'll run your slides for you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Our daily case rate in Alameda County down to 6.2 per 100,000 residents. Test positivity down to 1.4% overall for the county. Hospitalizations, we are at 81 people hospitalized with COVID, 31 in the intensive care unit. About 11,000 COVID laboratory tests are done every day and reported to the county. This does not include home tests. I have been following the death reporting lags a bit. We have seen some increase in our numbers of death, 138 deaths from July 1st to October 12th, reflecting the summer wave. Not as much as we saw last summer and certainly during the winter, but still a substantial cost in terms of loss of lives. Overall, the metrics are improving, but a concern for a winter wave remains. Next slide. In terms of our progress on the masking metrics, if a person received Pfizer or Moderna for their initial vaccination, a booster is recommended after 6 months for those who are 65 or older, for those who are 50 to 64 with underlying conditions or living with social inequity, for example, being from one of our disproportionately impacted communities here in Alameda County, or for those who are living in a long-term care facility. A booster shot may be considered after 6 months for Pfizer and Moderna recipients, for those who are 18 to 49 with underlying medical conditions or living with social inequity, or for those 18 to 64 who work or live in a high-risk setting. For J&J recipients, a booster is recommended 2 months after vaccination. So that's anyone who got J&J. It's a more streamlined recommendation. Anyone who got J&J, a booster recommended 2 months after vaccination. Next slide, please. Additional information about boosters. Mixing and matching vaccine types is permitted. If you've got J&J, you can receive an mRNA vaccine, either Pfizer or Moderna. If you got Pfizer, you can get Moderna and vice versa. So there is no specific recommendation for one type over the other. And all boosters are available to any person who is otherwise eligible for a booster. The Moderna booster is a half dose. It's not the same size dose as the initial vaccine series. Residents can contact their medical provider or local pharmacy for boosters. Our pods continue to be focused on reaching unvaccinated residents and preparing for 5 to 11-year-olds, although we are exploring ways to make sure that people who can't otherwise access boosters are able to get them. Last note on boosters, older adults are strongly recommended to get a booster as we go into the winter months, where we have seen people get severe illness after being fully vaccinated. It is primarily among older adults. And I think many people were aware of the death of Colin Powell recently. And it's a good illustration. He was waiting to get a booster. So please, older adults, we strongly recommend a booster shot. Next slide, please. Brief update on 5 to 11-year-olds. Today, the FDA Vaccine Advisory Committee is considering Pfizer's application for an authorization for 5 to 11-year-olds for a COVID vaccine. We do expect full authorization and then recommendations from the CDC. That whole process we expect to complete by next week. And it is a different packaging. It's a different dose for 5 to 11-year-olds. So Vaccine should be available for distribution almost right away, although it may take some time for supplies to get out to all providers. We are working to support county pediatric providers to be able to distribute vaccine to 5 to 11-year-olds, including supporting registration, making sure they can access small orders of vaccine. This is bread and butter medicine for pediatricians and their staff. They do a lot of vaccinations for this age group, and we want to make sure that they're able to provide this vaccine. We are also expanding what we're doing at our county pods to accommodate 5 to 11-year-olds, having the vaccine available and expanding hours. We're continuing our partnership with schools and ACOE with an eye to the 5 to 11-year-olds, including making sure there's stable clinics in certain school districts with the lowest vaccination rates, and deploying either county staff or contract providers to provide mobile vaccine clinics at schools in census tracts with the lowest vaccine rates. And so this is part of our current vaccine efforts. Next slide. A brief update on the DOOR program. So this is direct outreach to our residents using neighbors, people who have direct experience with the vaccine, who live in the neighborhood, to knock on doors, answer questions, provide good, accurate information about vaccines and their experience. So far, this program, we've knocked on 60,000 doors and had 14,000 conversations. Since the program began, in the census tracts where it's operating, vaccination rates have increased 10%, and over 12,000 residents got vaccinated in those census tracts since this program began. So really an important effort to try to get good information out there, support people to make that decision to get vaccinated. Next slide. Two brief slides on communication. So first of all, important for people to realize there is a treatment available, monoclonal antibody treatment. It's an injection, one-time injection treatment for people who have COVID and are at high risk for going on to severe disease, but this is before they get hospitalized. They can get this treatment. We're working with providers to make sure that they know about this. They can refer people, but also people can self-refer. There is at least one clinic in East Oakland providing this treatment, and residents can self-refer there. Information about that is on our website. We really want to make sure people who need this treatment can take advantage of it. Next slide, please. My last slide. This is a big celebration weekend. Dia de los Muertos and Halloween are coming. Just a reminder to all residents to celebrate the holidays safely. All of the usual things apply. It's important for people to get vaccinated, wear a mask in those indoor settings, get tested, stay home if you're sick, and of course, hand washing, very important as always, particularly if people are reaching into the candy dish. So hope people can have a happy weekend, but a safe weekend as well. And that is my last slide.
Any questions of board members to the COVID update? Any clarifications? Supervisor Halbert?
Just out of curiosity, on slide 6, we show July through October 14. I'm wondering, do we have data back to, say, October of 2020? And what is our year-over-year comparison for any of these months? Do we happen to look at that?
Yeah, that data is on our dashboard. You can actually look at the reported deaths going back to the beginning of the pandemic. And most of the deaths are really associated with those big surges. The big surges in Alameda County were last summer. We had about, depending on what day you pick, around about 250 deaths last summer. And then in the winter, particularly in January, which was our worst month, and then again this summer. And last winter was, we've had about 1,400 people that we know of that have passed away from COVID in the county since the start of the pandemic. The majority of that was during the last winter wave. And since vaccination, even with the Delta wave, which was pretty substantial this summer, we did not see the same level of deaths. But of course, 138 is not trivial, and I'm certainly concerned going into the winter with hundreds of thousands of people still not vaccinated in Alameda County.
Thank you.
I know that there has been a harder to reach community in terms of kind of crossing the threshold in each of the respective geographical as well as ethnic communities. To what extent would you say there is real progress in those targeted communities that are not any different than across the country?
I just this morning was looking at our vaccination rates by census tract, including in some of those communities that you mentioned, Supervisor Carson, and the numbers continue to increase. We have neighborhoods in East Oakland and West Oakland that had very low, and Livermore that had very low vaccination rates going into the summer, and now many of those census tracts up above 70% of people fully vaccinated. So I think we are making progress. A testament to the efforts of the vaccine program at the county and other providers' work out in the community, of course, the DOOR program. So we continue to make progress. There are still gaps, but I think that we are seeing the benefits of these efforts, and they should continue. And then in terms of how we compare across the country, well, I think overall Alameda County has done very well. We have a high, I think in some of our lowest vaccinated neighborhoods we have higher vaccination rates than plenty of states and other parts of the country. So, we continue to do well, but certainly more work to do.
And then the same question with respect to young people, particularly students. Could you isolate that information out for us?
Yeah, so our lowest rates among young people, high school age students, are in some of those same neighborhoods, Oakland, Emeryville, those neighborhoods that have been disproportionately impacted throughout. Certainly, I think it's a concern. And we're trying to continue to support vaccination programs at schools, at high schools, partner with schools to, create opportunities for kids in those neighborhoods to get vaccinated. But it is a gap.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of board members? Public
Yes,
questions regarding COVID?
Yes, we do have speakers.
And those are speakers specific to COVID?
Yes.
Okay, go right ahead.
Caller, we are on item 52, which is the COVID-19 update. Please state your name. You will have 2 minutes to speak. You're on the line.
Good afternoon. My name is Anjali Lathi from Fremont, and I'm here representing a group of county residents and stakeholders who are concerned about vaccine passports and mandates. I know this issue isn't currently before you, so if you'd like me to wait till the end for public comment, I'm happy to do that as well.
You can go ahead.
Thank you. I do want to stress at the outset, this is not about pro-vax or anti-vax. We have group members on both sides of that issue, but it is about our constitutional God-given rights to freedom and medical privacy, among others, and about exploring the least intrusive means of achieving a vibrant and healthy county. So everywhere we turn these days, as you know, there's a new government mandate being discussed or imposed, and I'm sure you realize what a slippery slope this is. Alameda County is doing the right thing by taking a wait and see approach. And we would encourage you to permanently continue with this approach. With a vaccination rate of 80+%, we see no reason to do anything else. And a reminder, in case it's needed, is that as elected officials, your oath is to uphold the Constitution. not any unlawful or unconstitutional orders. And so, of course, it's important to take into account all the ramifications of passports and mandates. So let's explore the least intrusive ways of creating a vibrant and healthy county and protecting our God-given individual freedoms. The details are obviously much longer than 2 minutes will allow, so we're happy to have a conversation with you if that's desired and possible at some point down the line. So thank you, and we urge you to do the right thing by rejecting any mandates or passports.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Please state your name. You're on the line. Linda, you're on the line. Please unmute yourself.
Okay, next speaker.
Jackie, please state your name. You're on the line.
Hi, my name is Jackie Coda. You are purposefully ignoring a collection of facts, observations, expert opinions, science, media report, and eyewitness testimony that seeks to demonstrate that you've planned and executed on an intentional release of a biowarfare toxin, COVID-19, to cause panic, economic hardship, terror, death, and injury to populations through psychological warfare mechanisms, including but not limited to media reports, public policy, coercion, business restrictions, employment restrictions, and liberty restrictions for the purpose of tricking, coercing, and mandating the population into receiving a pre-planned experimental gene therapy shot, COVID-19 vaccines, in order to cause mass casualties, sickness, death, computer tracking, programming, and control over the survivors of this genocide, in furtherance of corrupt government and greedy corporations' goal to control humanity for their own personal, economic, academic, and political benefit. Fauci was once again caught lying about his funding of gain-of-function research, but you still press on pushing his protocol of evil. There's no reason to force experimental injections upon a person over threat of their life and livelihood, but here you are participating in it. Under your leadership, Alameda County has become Auschwitz County, forcing people to get an experimental injection through threat and coercion. Why else would Dr. Mengele not say, good news, the FDA has approved ivermectin for the use of therapeutics against COVID. We have a solution. Instead, he purposely leaves out important information that can help the community without forcing experimental injection. Scientist Dr. Swaminathan is being sued for mass murder in India for misleading them about ivermectin. India has since implemented the protocol in the provinces of Delhi, Pradesh, Kurdistan, and Goa, and COVID cases declined sharply by 98, 97, 94%, 86%. But Dr. Mengele here keeps pushing an injection whose purpose is not even to prevent transmission or contraction of a virus, but to potentially help symptoms. So it's pointless that to inject people with poisons. He also hasn't told you that Fauci's hospital protocol of using remdesivir and intubating people is actually killing people of acute kidney failure they called COVID, to keep the numbers up for the fraud campaign because he refuses to pay attention to the facts and data.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
President Carson, I just have to say, as a relative of an Auschwitz survivor, I find it just deeply offensive to make this comparison. I just want that to be on the record. Thank you.
Please state your name. You're on the line.
Hi, I'm Kelly Abreu. I'm from Fremont, and we have a lot of God-given rights here and in Alameda County. But the Supreme Court in 1905 ruled in the case called Jacobson versus Massachusetts that the state government had the power to protect public health and the authority to require vaccinations, and that's been around for over 100 years, maybe 200 years, since about 1809. When there was also another smallpox vaccine mandate from a Board of Health in Cambridge, Massachusetts. This has been going on for a long time, and it's been working. That's why we have public health here. And I enjoyed the God-given right to eat lunch in San Francisco the other day. There they have even stricter requirements than Alameda County. And the people that I saw felt liberated and secure, and they were relieved to be able to walk into restaurants and bars and have all these mandates protecting them for in terms of vaccines and passports and all that. So whatever public health measures are necessary in Alameda County, I think we need to rely on our health officer to keep us moving in the right direction. Thank you.
There are no more speakers.
Okay, thank you very much. Any final comments from board members before we move to the next 12 o'clock set matter? Okay. Seeing none, the next item that we have is an update on the American Rescue Plan Act funding.
Mr. President, members of the board, staff is prepared to provide an update on the allocation of American Rescue Plan Act funding as directed by your board. We're going to quickly recap actions taken by your board, the procurement process, as well as recommendations for some funding categories.
Thank you, Susan. Good afternoon, board members. I'm going to quickly go through this PowerPoint. I'll start with a recap of your board's ARPA action. In late September, you approved the allocation of half of the ARPA funding, so $162 million in the following areas. $50 million to the Healthcare Services Agency for continued provision of COVID testing, tracing, vaccination. $50 million to the Social Services Agency for the emergency food and other basic needs. $14 million for the unincorporated parts of Alameda County, and $48 million to highly impacted communities, families, and businesses in the following targeted areas: community capacity building with $10 million, outreach and navigation, $5 million, economic development, $10 million, and a community needs grant program in the amount of $23 million. We also received letters from two supervisors, Supervisor Chan and President Carson, which were incorporated into the approved action, including implementation of an equity evaluation criteria with a list. We've provided some sample questions that we think would be appropriate. Participation from cities as part of the economic development category. Support for a community-based navigator program that's similar to the Healthy Havens Court model, and utilizing two community capacity building models, one to stabilize and sustain community collaboratives, and the second using the successful community capacity model implemented by probation. Your board has also heard extensive conversation regarding our procurement for ARPA. We know that ARPA requires a competitive procurement. It should be noted that all of our current COVID response contracts were procured and approved prior to ARPA. So what we are proposing is that for some of our contracts, we use previous procurements to save time on our RFP development. We believe that by lifting some of the language out of procurements that have gone before, doing those RFPs, we could actually reduce our procurement timeline to approximately 4 months. Of course, if there are any protests, that would extend the timeline. So for the first recommendation, the unincorporated area, $14 million, we would obviously comply with the ARPA procurement guidelines. We would determine allocations among the unincorporated communities using a community engagement process and board policies. We're proposing to allocate funds to impacted families and businesses for, in the areas of community capacity building, outreach navigation, economic development, utilizing a community needs grant process specific to the unincorporated area, and infrastructure. We would implement the equity evaluation criteria for application review to ensure that the funds are being directed toward disproportionately impacted populations. We would utilize the East Bay EDA small business grants model for the economic development funds, and this process and the contracts will be managed by the Community Development Agency in conjunction with the County Administrator's Office.
Because through the East Bay EDA grant program, there was a substantial increase in the dollars that we were giving out through that grant program as a result of cities coming up with a match or any other public entity coming up with a match. How does that apply in terms of what we're doing here?
I'm going to let the Community Development Agency Director respond to your question.
Especially, there are some cities that also had their own ARPA money, like the city of Oakland had $188 million, which they're applying towards their budget, balancing their budget as opposed to the process the public process that we're going to, this engaging community.
Right. Good question, President Carson. We've been working with the CAO's office, and also we've had some initial contacts with Stephen Bader at East Bay EDA. Eileen Dalton of our staff, who has been talking with him, and I know Susan has as well. So I think, candidly, we're still waiting to get full board direction, and we very much want to merge our program. Actually, East Bay EDA used the program initially in the earlier round with CARES monies that utilized the model we had first set up, and now vice versa. We're trying to coordinate with them on that. I don't think, Susan, I don't know if you have any thoughts about this, but I don't think we have a definitive answer on that yet, Supervisor, and we're taking board direction.
I know that we're just updating today and we're not taking
Correct.
action, so I appreciate that.
Yeah.
As one person on the board and is also a person affiliated with East Bay EDA, I would really encourage that we try to solicit a match so that we can maximize the opportunities, outcomes. Cities want to be partners with the county on a number of areas, and we shouldn't cherry pick those areas. They should be consistent. So,
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay, the second recommendation is regarding the community capacity building, $10 million. So we're proposing to issue either a new RFP or leverage existing procurements. For example, Healthcare's Community Coalition's procurement or Probation's Community Capacity Technical Assistance procurement. Again, we would be implementing the equity evaluation criteria, and these contracts would be managed out of the Healthcare Services Agency and the Social Services Agency. Under outreach and navigation, the $5 million allocation, again, we would be issuing either a new RFP or leveraging an existing procurement. We would, again, implement the equity evaluation criteria. We would weight the use of stipends to support community health workers, and this particular procurement would be managed out of the Healthcare Services Agency. Looking at our the overarching economic development recommendation, the $10 million would be modeled after the countywide East Bay EDA Small Business Grants Program. We would establish an equity evaluation criteria for these applications. We'd like to use low barrier self-attestation and checkbox format for these applications to make it as simple as possible. We would include city financial participation to help maximize and leverage the available funding. We would want to emphasize that this is one-time funding and that we're focused on those who have not received other COVID relief. We would consider expanding eligibility to include certain franchises and large nonprofits. And again, this process would also be managed out of the County Administrator's Office in conjunction with East Bay EDA and CDA. Looking at the community needs grants, this is the largest portion of funding in one single category, $23 million. We're looking to target providers of health and human or social services, faith-based organizations, and smaller community-based organizations. Again, we would utilize a low-barrier application using self-attestation and checkboxes. We'd like to use existing pathways to distribute this funding whenever it's possible. Again, this is one-time funding, so we would be focused on those who have not received other COVID relief, and we would establish an equity evaluation for these applications to, again, ensure that all of the disproportionately impacted populations have access.
Since this is all predicated and based on COVID, on some level, as we're increasingly are successful in the county in terms of people being vaccinated, and lower rates of people actually contracting the disease. Is there any mechanism in your thought process, like with the ARC program, which was a very successful program, don't want to take anything away from it, but if there's an allocation to it and we're not using all of those funds, is there some thought process about reallocating funds that are unused within a period in time to a more needed area?
So as we've been spending actually a considerable amount of time in this particular area, we are exploring the timing. We know that this is all based on the first tranche of funding, and the intent was to get it out very quickly. So I do think that we are open certainly to your board's suggestions, recommendations, and direction if we were to reallocate funding within specific categories. It is not something that we've taken off the table. Certainly, we continue to kind of evaluate where we think the funding should be and how we can move funding between various needs grants.
Supervisor Chan.
2 questions. I just want to clarify that for the community needs grants, they aren't limited to $25,000. We had a letter from the Havens Court. We're not limiting the amount to $25,000, correct?
So in this particular area, because there are different, there are a variety of different focus areas that we've focused on, and we've started to discuss the amounts of the grants. We have not settled on any particular amount. We have some further recommendations that we would be bringing back to you.
Okay, but it's likely to be higher. I think there was confusion because at one hearing, I mentioned 25 because that used to be the threshold for non-procurement. Like we can spend up to 25,000, like just having 3 bids. But anyway, I just wanted to clarify that if anyone's listening. And then on the outreach and navigation, can we get maybe next time a report or timeline on the centralized function that you mentioned on the outreach and navigation? Because I really think that's going to be a game changer for the community in terms of knowing what other funds are available to them.
So on actually the first comment or question that Supervisor Chan raised, the committee that's kind of reviewing this, staff committee kind of reviewing this, are you kind of looking at it from the size of an organization and to figure out potential allocations, or are there thresholds for certain groups that may be much smaller and emerging that are probably more areas to attract their attention for applications than not? And for community-based groups that may have been around for a while and have developed capacity and are even subcontracting with some of the community-based groups, I mean, what's been some of that discussion?
So I would say yes to all of that. Quite frankly, the conversations, we've thrown pretty much everything you can think of at the board and tried to figure out how things will fall out. What I would say is that we have considered all of that. We've taken into consideration smaller organizations that have not had any access to COVID funding, and how do we ensure that they have access and prioritization. We've looked at the size of organizations and whether or not the grant that is provided should be commensurate with the size of the organization. We've also looked at potential areas that people may apply for. So, if you may have organizations that really are moving more into the area of recovery and wanting to put together programs, and what would be an appropriate grant amount for that versus entities or individual organizations that may have been adversely impacted over the past several months related to COVID. And so we've tried to take into account a variety of scenarios, and we're still pulling together our best thinking on that. And we'll be coming back to your board with probably more details around those specifics and areas that we think we want to make recommendations. I was looking to see if my colleagues had anything to add, but Okay.
You're on your own.
I'm on my own. So the next steps, we are, obviously we would want any further direction or comments, and you've provided us with some today. And then we would like to propose that we provide monthly status reports to your board, just so that you're aware of how we're progressing and where we are. And that's it.
Okay, are there any other questions? I do want to say a big thank you to staff. You've been doing a Herculean job, all of the staff that's been around the clock attempting to think through all of these issues, as well as continue to put together processes and structures to provide the services that people are desperately lining up for, even as we speak. A couple of things, and the category that you think most speaks towards the issue of digital divide, the digital literacy area, which I know, as I've talked to some of your colleagues, my colleagues on the Board of Supervisors across the state, 2 weeks ago, we had an executive board meeting, and Southern California, Central Valley presence, all of present, clearly talked about digital literacy, meaning that it's not just an age group, it's not an economic group, it's not an ethnic issue. It's an issue that these days, to do anything, your medical stuff, your banking stuff, your online registration stuff, each of them come with a different set of ways to navigate to try to get your needs met in those ways. And probably coming out of this pandemic, we will probably rely a lot more on individuals using online services to do that. There's a lot of individuals across all of these sectors that find it very difficult to do that. And unfortunately, the data that we picked up at the executive committee is that it's a deterrent to a lot of people who desperately need the services. They're deterred from doing it because they just feel as though it's overwhelming, and they miss out on their basic needs being met because of that.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the area in the appropriation of funds that probably assist in digital literacy?
I actually see it in potentially 3 areas. There is the area of community capacity building. If you have organizations, to the extent that they can support other organizations in building out their technological capacity, that's one area. I also see it in the community needs grants. One of the things that you've spoken to are almost two different groups. You've got agencies that still struggle with the use of technology, and then you have individuals who also struggle with and need support in the area of technology, and just being able to access and utilize technology. And so I could see it in the needs grants as well, as a potential area for organizations to provide support for individuals. And then, kind of my first thought, quite frankly, was outreach and navigation, but I'd need to think a little bit more about that and maybe have some discussions with the Healthcare Services Agency on what that potentially could look like, if that would be a good fit. But the way that we have put these together, I mean, they're fairly flexible. There are a lot of different ways, if there are community members or individuals feel that they can apply and make a difference in a particular area that we haven't even thought of. There's some flexibility that is being built into these pots that I think will meet pretty much everybody's needs.
Okay. And then the last point, which we are all saying, everybody without exception, these are one-time monies.
Yes.
And I know that as people clearly need economic assistance in each of these areas and more, we are attempting to make sure that we're leveraging and maximizing these one-time dollars, meaning our community-based providers and the emerging community-based providers, as well as the institutions, hopefully that the money that they're getting, the thought process is how does this help the people who need the services well beyond this, whatever the grant amount is or the amount is that they receive, but that it's structurally stronger organization to provide services, or people feel more independent after they receive these services to continue to do whatever it is they do beyond a one-time gift of public money, which they deserve, but one-time gift of those public monies. Okay. Any other questions or comments from board members? Public.
Yes, we do have speakers. Caller, we are on item 52.1, the American Rescue Plan Act funding. Please state your name. You will have 2 minutes to speak. Richard, you are on the line.
Does Supervisor Miley have his hand raised?
No.
Hello.
Yes?
I was not actually waiting to speak on this issue.
Okay.
Thank you. Please state your name. You're on the line.
David Peters?
Please state your name. You're on the line, Will.
Oh, my apologies. I was also not wanting to speak on this issue.
We're on the American Rescue Plan update. That's the item that we have before us at the moment.
Please state your name. You're on the line. Dr. Donna?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Donna Carey. I'm a pediatrician here in Oakland. I am also the executive pastor of True Vine Ministries, which is located in West Oakland. As a faith-based organization, we have been intimately involved in the COVID outreach efforts for education around the virus, and as well as attempting to vaccinate our community. We've held multiple vaccination sites, and we also have a contact tracing case investigation team. In hearing the plan for further procurement of funds for continued contact tracing and case investigation and health education and outreach, I'm concerned about the time frame. I'm concerned that currently our contracts are set to end November 30th of this year. And with the proposal of there being somewhere between a 4 to 6 month wait until funds are available again, I'm concerned that as we are getting ready to go into what we are assuming is going to be another spike in the winter, that the communities that have been most heavily impacted by coronavirus in terms of cases, deaths, and lack of resources, that we will not have the ability to do the contact tracing, which will then not allow many of our members who are the most vulnerable and the most impacted to actually be able to receive resources and information about food in particular. Our communities already are considered a food desert, particularly in West Oakland, and our communities every day that our contact tracers are calling people, they're providing resources around food and rental assistance. So I'm concerned that with the delay, that the areas are going to really be impacted disproportionately, continue during this surge in the winter.
Okay,
so I
thank
really
you.
would like to understand that process.
Thank you.
Please state your name. You're on the line. Shamari, you're on the line.
Good afternoon. My name is Shamari Carter. I'm a West Oakland community member. I want to thank the board, thank Director Cox for the hard work in coming up with a plan and an equitable plan. I ask that the board continues to look at equity and what that really means. Sometimes communities are led by a particular community and sometimes they serve a particular community. So just imploring the board to take a deeper dive, and thank you for using equity and going into this plan with flexibility.
Please state your name. You're on the line. Jane Lee.
Hi, my name's Jane Lee. I'm with the Oakland AAPI Unite Coalition. Thanks so much for all your efforts with this whole process to the board. So I just had a few questions. In the presentation, on some of the slides, it said that the plan was to establish an equity evaluation criteria, and some other slides said implement. Just wondering if there is already an equity evaluation criteria that would be used for some of those buckets, and then for the others, like the community grants, we would need to establish that criteria. So that's the first question. And the follow-up to that is also like, how will that criteria be determined, and who will be determining that criteria? So that's my first set of questions. Secondly, I was just curious about, as we're learning from this process, when we can start looking forward to plan for the allocation of the second tranche of monies. And in fact, what is holding up the county from starting the allocation of the second tranche? Like, why are we just talking about half of the total 324 million? And how can CBOs help expedite the timetable so that we can align the service period beyond the end of this year with the needs of our constituents in mind? Finally, just wanted to remind everyone with the hope of changing the narrative around pre and post-pandemic needs. I think what the pandemic actually did was revealed what our communities were already going through, but it just kind of exacerbated and highlighted those pains, and that these pains will not change post-pandemic. So hopefully we can change that narrative, and I look forward to hearing about what decisions were made, and hopefully we can get these monies out to our communities ASAP. Thank you.
Please state your name. You're on the line.
All right, this is David Peters. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I don't know what before. I'm a third generation West Oakland resident, and I hear some of my friends and neighbors I'm speaking. I want to just thank the supervisors for this process and this check-in. There's been a lot of uncertainty about how this would proceed, amongst my community, because we're not, insiders, so-called insiders to this process, big contractors with the county. And we saw quite a number of unsolicited proposals come forth. I think it was at that July meeting. And personally, I was gravely concerned because as a third generation West Oakland resident and hearing that West Oakland was a targeted community, there was no place specific West Oakland based proposal that came forth. Although others said that they would include us, it was not place-based here. And that was gravely concerning. My neighbors over at St. Mary's Center, and then good folks over at True Vine put together proposals, but that was all I saw. And I saw many, many large collaborations from other areas. So from what I heard today, that process is no longer going forth. We're using something different. And so my concerns continue to be the same. As an emerging organization, we founded the Black Liberation Walking Tour. As a follow-up, we founded WOCAN, the West Oakland Cultural Action Network. And we're here along the San Pablo corridor. I participate in the Spark Neighborhoods Initiative, which is similar to Healthy Havens Court in that it's a Healthy Neighborhoods Initiative sponsored by Abalti. Equity comes about because Healthy Havens Court is everything that we're trying to be. And so because we're smaller than Healthy Havens Court, our CBAs don't have as much capability we have not, I have not been able to figure out anybody to provide the technical assistance about how do we apply for these things. I mean, we're concerned about, community control of our corridor. Jared Spencer has worked with me personally a lot as far as information, just quite a number of areas, how to interact with the county, lots of information coming from your office, Supervisor Carson. And we certainly, as WOCAN, would love to meet with you so that when we come forth with our proposal, we don't hear like what I heard from one of the unincorporated areas, like, who are you guys? So,
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
There are no more speakers.
Okay, bring this back to the board. Could you re-outline kind of next steps first?
Sure. So taking in the feedback that we've received from you today, and also from some of the public comment, we are planning to come back to your board at a minimum monthly status reports to let you know where we are. We're meeting on I want to say weekly, but the reality is I think we're probably meeting daily at this point. We are working with our staff to try to get the potential RFPs out, as well as get the processes in place for the grants so that folks can begin applying. So with that, unless there's specific direction, I did make some notes, and I know my colleagues also have made some notes of what we need to do next. We will continue to move forward and try to get these dollars out.
So a couple real quick comments and maybe a question. I guess the underlining question that keeps coming up from everybody, and it was stated today, is when roughly might there be the first RFP that's let? And when might there be a greater possibility that decisions may be made around some of these RFPs? And I don't want to hold you to it because I know you're still trying to tighten that down. I don't know if that means a further action by our board in terms of direct direction, so that we can schedule that to move as quickly as possible. I know that while the question was raised around the next set of funds, the second set of ARPA funds, a lot of the discussion, which I heard hours and hours and hours of discussion, which I heard several weeks ago, kind of centered around the fact that there's so much we don't know. It's uncertain. And if we're making all of our upfront decisions now without having some sense of change or need, that we might not necessarily be appropriating the funds as best as we could for the next tranche, let's say that. Because we don't know if the numbers continue to go down in terms of people contracting the disease. We don't know if employment goes back up and people get back to paying their rent and being able to sustain themselves on food. There's so much unknown, even though one of the things that this has uncovered has been an incredible group of community-based providers on multiple levels, geographically and otherwise, that have stepped up to the plate to try to provide those services along with the county.
So what I will, and I see out of the corner of my esteemed colleague, is I'm going to probably come up and speak more specifically to some of the RFPs she has out. But what I can tell you pretty broadly is that we are looking to get some of our first RFPs out the door before the end of the year. We do think that we may be able to make awards as soon as the spring of next year. We're working fairly quickly on getting some of this out. That's why, we have the slide that says we'd like to be able, in some instances, to leverage some of the existing procurements. That's essentially taking some of that language that we've already developed and procuring the services. That reduces a considerable amount of planning and effort that we take during our normal procurement process. So with that, I'm going to let Colleen
and then the
respond.
Outside of the RFP process, there's an expectation, and there was a lot of discussion around grants and allocation of funds, which would happen much sooner than not, right? And those areas may not necessarily need as much specialization from community-based groups to do that. There is some infrastructure that's able to and have provided it during the CARES Act funding to continue to provide those services. Is that correct?
So where possible, we are attempting to utilize some of our existing systems that we put in place under CARES to get those grants out. That certainly helps expedite. We do think even with those grants, we're looking at probably the end of the year, beginning of January as a possible timeline. All of that is contingent. I mean, there are several components that we still have to finalize. We need to finalize those equity evaluation components. We do need to finalize some of the criteria for the various pots of money. Those are areas that we are actively working on. So, at this point, we are, again, moving quickly. It's the end of October, and we're thinking at least by the end of the year, we will have some of that completed. And I'm going to bring Dr. Chawla up so she can respond to the RFP question.
Thank you, supervisors. And I want to underscore something that Supervisor Carson said around our engagement of community-based organizations and our response. I think that our county has really relied heavily on the expertise of community-based organizations to help us fight COVID-19. So we have engaged in a number of contracts. Dr. Donna alluded to them for case investigation and contact tracing, but also for testing and for vaccination, for outreach and navigation. And what you heard today was really about the $48 million in community supports. But what your board also authorized was $50 million to the Healthcare Services Agency to enable us to continue our COVID-19 response. And so that COVID-19 response includes all of those partnerships that I just mentioned. For contact tracing, case investigation, testing, mobile vaccination, and so forth. So that is our intention, is to continue those activities through the separate funding that your board allocated to healthcare for $50 million. I also want to point out that parallel to doing all of this work with CARES Act funding and ARPA funding, the Healthcare Services Agency's Public Health Department also used some of its specific communicable disease funding to help create community coalitions to not just get us through COVID, but also to be present in communities and support communities in recovery and resiliency. So we are in negotiations. That's the Community Coalition RFP that we've been referencing a couple of times, where we can leverage what we've already started down the road to create in community to further strengthen it with our ARPA funding. So those coalition contracts are in negotiation now. They represent several of the most impacted areas across the county and have multiple organizations, some who've done business with the county for a long time and some who are new to doing business with the county as members of those coalitions, so that we can continue to support community-based resiliency.
Supervisor Chan, followed by Supervisor Valle.
Yeah, I just want to thank the staff too for working on this and to let the community know we're very aware of the urgency of this funding, but there are limitations that have been put on us by the way the federal government dealt with the ARPA funding. And my best guess would be by February, I think we should have a clearer idea of whether there's continued disease, whether there's a winter upsurge. People will have probably gotten the booster by then. The children will be vaccinated by then. So I would think by February, we'll have a clearer idea whether we're ready to start a process on the second tranche and whether it'll be more open, like we won't need as much healthcare or ARCH or social service funding because the pandemic has decreased, but we don't know that right now.
Colleen, Chris, or Lori, I know we've talked about this, and I'm sure you covered it, but I'm not sure I heard it. Were we going to leverage funding from other sources, cities specifically? that are going to participate in any of the different categories?
Yes, as part of the economic development category, your board adopted language that the participation of cities is part of that program. The economic development program requires the participation of cities.
And was that the preference, a dollar for dollar match? Is there a ratio?
No, your board just specified participation and didn't say match.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Perhaps I could just add to that on the city match, because that was a component of the economic development grants with CARES funding, and it enabled us to, leverage and actually put out $3 million more in economic development grants to the community, in addition to the $5 million that was expected. So a number of cities put up additional funding. Some of them opted to fund all of the proposals that were submitted from their respective cities, so that we were able to leverage dollars.
I know that one particular city I spoke to yesterday, the city of Newark, is supporting a grassroots program called Promotores, formerly under Tercio Vasquez, but they had to defund that program because they didn't have the money and the funds. But the city of Newark is using some of their rescue plans to bring that program back in collaboration with the school district. So that would be an example of a city leveraging and qualifying for potential of some of these funds, correct? Yeah. Yeah, I would say so. All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other comment from board members?
President, we have 4 more speakers on this item.
Okay.
Caller, please state your name. You will have 2 minutes to speak. You are on the line.
And we're on the ARPA funding item, the American Response Rescue Plan Act funding.
You're on the line. Go ahead. Please state your name. You're on the line. Mitty, you're on the line.
Hi, yes, my name is Michi. I'm speaking on behalf of half of our community, that we believe that our Alameda County lawmakers should protect our constitutional right and individual right by rejecting any type of government mandate which violate the civil rights, such as a vaccine mandate, which is unconstitutional. It will further divide our community like never before.
Thank you, but the item that we're currently on is the American Rescue Plan Act.
Yes, I understand that. As you're aware, healthcare procedure is not one size fits all. There should be allowed choice of method, either through testing, vaccine, or therapeutic. As you're aware that hundreds of thousands of talented and skilled workers all over the country are resigning or being pushed to leave their job because of this unconstitutional vax mandate. This will further cripple our economy and also will reduce the amount that the community fund, which is needed by the citizen who really need the most. So I hope that Alameda County will not push this, and it's going to be crippling our economy, and it's going to be not good for everyone. Either you are workers or people who really in need of the funding for the welfare funding for this the rest of the citizen. So that's just my take. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, I want to remind the current speakers that we're on the American Rescue Plan Act funding. That's the item that we're speaking to. We've completed the COVID update.
Please state your name. You're on the line, Linda.
I would like to speak on a different subject.
Thank you.
There will be an opportunity for you to speak on that at the conclusion of today's board meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Please state your name. You're on the line.
Hello, my name is Robert Williams, and I'm with the Family Child Care Providers Core Leadership, which composed of providers, First Five Alameda, Oakland Smart and Strong, and we had requested that to be allocated $1 million for emergency fund for the providers, which right now we don't know how COVID is going to go. For unforeseen circumstances, we was put into a position where a lot of our providers went out of business. And I just wanted to know the status of this request. And also thank you, President Carlson, and your colleagues, supervisors and all. I appreciate getting a chance to speak and all. And I think you guys are doing a great job, but this is a need that we need very bad. A lot of kids cannot get daycare and all, parents, when they close these 415 businesses, children were not able to get into another daycare, and it's desperate need right now. Thank you again.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Please state your name. You're on the line.
I'm waiting to speak on another item.
Okay, thank you.
No more speakers.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. The next set item for 12 o'clock is Supervisor Halbert and Supervisor Valle had requested that the board take up today the non-binding intent to contribute the county's share of incremental property tax finance portion of the City of Oakland's waterfront ballpark district, Howard Terminal, for 45 years. Supervisor Halbert, Supervisor Valle.
You want to go first?
Sure. Thank you, President Carson. The item before us, I supported because of various reasons, and I want to be sure to give balance to the many people that have sent in their comments to my office about where they stand on of a ballpark for at that Howard Terminal, both those in opposition and those in favor. So let me read a couple of things. First of all, in my district, I spoke to 3 of the 4 mayors in my district, Hayward, Union City, and Newark, and they were all in favor of moving forward with a non-binding resolution on this issue so that we can do the analysis and investigation needed before we decide whether or not the county wants to fully participate moving forward on a project of this scale. The Hayward City Council itself passed a resolution in favor of moving forward on this item. And I have a quote from one of the council members who voted in favor of that resolution. And the council member says, as we continue to see further discussion, I'd like to support the need to require the developer to pay for community benefits before breaking ground, such as privately paying for on-site affordable housing and other community benefits that the community needs. Another correspondence from a labor union, the Teamsters, reads, the Port of Oakland stands firmly behind the Howard Terminal plan. The port held several public hearings on the project with much public input and has voted multiple times in support. Oakland's port commissioners recognize that the Howard Terminal Ballpark project will help to ensure that the Port of Oakland continues to be thriving, competitive, job creator, and an economic engine for decades to come. We understand that there are many ongoing concerns about the Howard Terminal project, affordable housing, transportation, planning, and more. We are sensitive to your need to carefully vet these concerns as you weigh your participation. That is exactly why a non-binding yes vote is so important. It will provide the county with ample time to have staff and consultants analyze the project and develop a plan independent report, again, hopefully at no cost to the county. Such a report is essential to understanding the scope of the project, including the full range of commercial and economic benefits that will result from such an investment. In opposition, there seems to be one chain email that's being passed by several Alameda County residents. I don't know where they live because they don't identify where they live, but they do say that they're Alameda County residents. And I'll read a paragraph from the same chain, many of which were received at my office. After being burned by Mount Davis and other sports debacles, the county made the wise decision to get out of the sports business altogether. A lawsuit has now been filed regarding the sale of the county's stake in the Coliseum, requiring the infusion of additional county funds and time. It is hard to fathom that the A's proposal for another taxpayer subsidy should also be drawing attention away from other more urgent issues affecting Alameda County's residents. The A's proposal for a huge commercial development at the Port of Oakland that includes luxury condos, high-rise office space, and happens to include a ballpark is a bad deal for Oakland, and asking the county to invest additional taxpayer dollars doesn't make any sense, make any sense, less so. Please protect Alameda County residents by saying no to bailing out this private development project and taxpayer dollars. We know that the City of Oakland City Council elected officials have voted to move forward with the project, and they are the people who represent the City of Oakland. The intent here, when I co-signed this letter, was to move the ball forward, if you will, toward exploring and analyzing clearly what the risks are, what the potential benefits are on both sides of the issue. We've yet to get a full vetting of that issue. We've heard from the City of Oakland at previous meetings, but we've never had in my opinion, a third-party voice that can look at this, analyze this, and come back to us with a full-scale reading of the potentials that this holds. My personal feeling is that the City of Oakland is a city that needs a great deal of investment, one way or the other, to improve the quality of life for the people of the City of Oakland. It is a city, in my opinion, that is suffering. And this potential holds some promise. I'm not sure what that promise is, but it sounds as if it holds economic development, jobs locally, and benefits that could not only benefit the City of Oakland and its residents, but the region. I think that is worth exploring. I think that merits some deeper dive into the facts and details. I would feel most comfortable if the Oakland A's themselves would pay for whatever analysis we need as a county to make sure that there is no impact to our general fund as we explore this potential. I hope that Mr. Cavall, whose name I see in the queue, can answer that question. I believe that they did the same thing for the City of Oakland. They covered their cost to do this exploratory research. I would feel very comfortable moving forward, again, to explore the possibilities. And I'm not going to say one way or the other whether I support the ballpark itself, but I do certainly support exploring further how we can proceed in a way that's more informative and a little bit less emotional. I have my own personal feelings about how we got burned by the Oakland Raiders and the Golden State Warriors. I'm willing to set those aside because I think, again, in my heart, that the potential here is great for a city that is aching for some economic development. I just want to wrap up, but I will come back later on, by saying my wife and I went to have dinner at Jack London Square last week, and we took a long walk up and down the Embarcadero there. Clearly, that area needs economic revitalization. Clearly, that area needs investment. I've had conversations with businesses up and down Howard Terminal that are doing quite well, I understand, at the Port of Oakland. And some of the merchants who spoke to me in opposition of this project, one of the first things that I asked them for was, what are you putting on the table? How are you investing to redevelop this area that has been very lucrative for you? And if you have any ideas or any business plans about the future of this area, please submit them to my office. Granted, that was a tough question for them to answer. I'm hoping that they'll come back, and who knows, they may have an economic development revitalization plan like they did for the Brooklyn project, which I think is a nice example of the private sector and the public sector coming together and creating housing. But yet, I have not seen anything about the Port of Oakland, specifically Jack London Square, about how it can be revitalized by making developers who have, again, or businesses who reside in that sector make investments themselves about an alternative plan for the revitalization and benefit of that corridor, which I think is in desperate straits at the moment. So those are some of my comments, but I'll reserve to come back and speak again. Thank you.
President Carson, thank you for the opportunity. I echo many of the comments made by Supervisor Valle. Indeed, I have also received many comments in favor of and also many in opposition to the proposal. I note that we also have seen letters Supervisor Valle mentioned from several of the cities in his district. The cities of Livermore and Dublin have also expressed support for moving forward. And it's in that interest that I asked this item to come to us, that we would move the item forward. I note that we first heard this in, I think, June of this year. Subsequently, the City of Oakland heard it in July. At the time in June, I believe we said we would want to take some time to evaluate things, bring it back in September. And here it is, the end of October. And so looking for an update, hopeful and optimistic that we can get to a situation where we understand all of the variables, willing to express interest and willingness to commit additional tax revenues if it makes sense for everybody. I note that when we received an answer from the Mayor of Oakland around the uses of our funds, what would they be used for in the overall project development, and we were told for affordable housing, for additional open space, and for amenities that would be quite nice for our broader community. I also note that this is a project that will have a regional impact, not just benefiting the City of Oakland, but more broadly, hence cities far away from Oakland on the other side of the county indicating support for it. And so I'm hoping that today we will be able to discuss what we've learned since June, what we think the additional, what timing we would lay out for and process we would lay out for getting to finality around this question. I note there's a lot of angst around who would speak first, the City of Oakland or the County of Alameda. I note that many of the decisions to be made around whether Howard Terminal is a good site, land use, whether transportation to and from that site is acceptable, transportation, other things like affordable housing, these are almost always relegated to and in the purview of the city. And so I'd like to stay out of the city decisions to be made and rather focus entirely on what's being asked of us and whether how we can do it in a way that that we can afford and that doesn't take away from the resources that we would otherwise have to provide. But I'm not inclined to weigh in on land use decisions of a city. That's really not our purview. But I do note that more broadly, and we talked about this in June, more broadly, this site generates jobs, and Oakland is a working town, and we've got to find ways, or at least express support for maintaining those jobs. But what I'd like to get out of today is where we've been since June, where we are today, and a path forward, which allows this project to proceed, noting that we don't have the final approval of this project. That rests between the City of Oakland and the A's, that we would discuss doing what's been asked of us or not. Again, noting we don't have approval of this, but I believe if we say that we're not interested, then the deal goes away. So I'd like to discuss, that's why we brought this before us today. Thank you.
So what we have before, oh, Supervisor Miley, did you have your hand up? Did you want to speak at this time?
Oh, yes, President Carson, if I may, is that okay?
Yeah,
President
go right ahead. Yeah, go right ahead.
Oh, yeah. Well, first of all, I want to thank President Carson for sending the letter to the city outlining a number of questions, many of which I still have and I'm concerned about. I mean, if the county were to consider going into a non-binding willingness to be a part of the enhanced infrastructure financing district, what does that mean legally? What are we obligated to? What kind of commitment are we making if it's a non-binding willingness? So at some point, I'm hoping County Council can answer that. I'd also like to know, does the county have a policy when it comes to joining and participating in an enhanced infrastructure financing district? If we don't have a policy, would it make sense to join a policy or develop a policy? Have our staff done an analysis of whether or not this is beneficial to the county, both the upsides as well as the downsides of the financial projections on us becoming part of this venture? I haven't seen any analysis, and I'm still a little uncomfortable without an analysis. Now, quite frankly, if a non-binding commitment, or I don't even like to use the word commitment, if a non-binding willingness doesn't commit us to anything, then maybe we can wait for an analysis as we move forward. But I for one, haven't seen an analysis of this. I know, President Carson, you and I, as well as Supervisor Chan, have been around for a while. You haven't worked for the Congressman Dellums, and Supervisor Chan haven't been both on the school board in Oakland and state assembly person. And then I was around on the Oakland City Council when we brought back the Raiders, and I've dealt with all these sports teams in the past. I have a very visceral reaction when the city has asked us to get involved in the sports business when we've been trying to get out of the sports business for quite a while. I have opinions as a resident of Oakland and a taxpayer of Oakland. But once again, I'm not looking at it as a resident or taxpayer of Oakland. I'm looking at this from the perspective as a county supervisor who represents and has a fiduciary duty to Alameda County at large and my constituents throughout the county. So my position would have to be based on that. And once again, if county council tells me that a non-binding willingness doesn't commit us to anything legally, then I could possibly be open to joining an enhanced infrastructure financing district. I did take a tour of Howard Terminal because I hadn't been down there in maybe more than a decade. And so I do have a better perspective on this. I do think there's issues that need to be responded to in the environmental document that hasn't been certified yet as well. So once again, a non-binding willingness, I would want to make sure that it's conditioned upon a lot of other things being approved down the road. And then at what point do we get to going from a non-binding willingness to a binding commitment? At what point do we do that in this whole scheme of things? Furthermore, it's interesting the cities are weighing in. Well, if these cities want to weigh in, are they willing to weigh in with some of their dollars as well? I think it's very interesting that we're getting letters from cities to get involved in this, but we don't get any indication that there's a willingness on their part to participate. Oakland has challenges. Hey, I've lived in Oakland for 30, 40 years. I know those challenges. Oakland's had a history of pathology since I've been here. Oakland's made a lot of decisions that I think are regrettable decisions in the past. And some of those decisions I've been a part of, but I've learned from my time, and I've grown wiser over the course of time as well. So the point of the matter is, if we're going to do things to support Oakland, well, and other cities want us to do that, are those cities willing to weigh in with some of their dollars as well? And why is it just the county that's being asked to do this? So there's a lot of questions that are outstanding. Once again, I don't want to prolong my statement because I know there's a lot of speakers. We have over 300 people listening in. If county council tells me a non-binding willingness doesn't commit us legally, then I could be prepared to support a non-binding willingness to join an enhanced infrastructure financing district, because quite frankly, I don't know what it means legally. And if it doesn't mean anything more than just advancing the ball down the field, as Supervisor Valle said, then hey, let's do that. For now.
Okay, thank you. So Supervisor Halbert and Supervisor Valier have requested that the board take up resolution number 2021, resolution of the County of Alameda declaring the County of Alameda's non-binding intent to contribute to the county's share of the incremental property taxes that will be generated from development of the waterfront ballpark district at Howard Terminal into an enhanced infrastructure financing district to be formed over the project site of the purpose of financing affordable housing, parks, and other infrastructure of community-wide significance. And then it's followed by 23 whereases. That's what you're advancing, right? Correct?
I think that's a starting point. I'd like to hear from the public what they think about that. It's just a place to start.
Okay, we'll get to that. But before we do that, this is an A's deal. And so we do have Dave Cavall representing the A's here to kind of give a presentation and an overview. We'll start there.
Yes, supervisors, thank you guys so much. Really appreciate the time today and also the thoughtfulness of how you're approaching this really important decision for our community, for our region. I think everyone has visited the site and has seen the current situation at Howard Terminal. And what we're trying to do here is really educate folks on the vision of our project, where it's going, and how your involvement can help it become a reality. And so I have some slides that I'm going to lead in on and then hand it off to the Honorable Mayor Libby Schaaf of Oakland to kind of do the second half of the presentation. But let me get started here. Bear with me. Supervisor, can you see that?
Yes, we can.
Great. So, this is evening view of the vision of a new waterfront, a waterfront with vibrancy, economic activity, and development that's really just, something that could be achieved if we work together as a team. And so as folks know, we've been working for the last 5 years to advance a really exciting project at Howard Terminal, hand in hand with the city of Oakland, to build a brand new privately financed ballpark for the A's, to ensure the A's are here for many generations to come, winning more championships and bringing more economic activity, jobs, and also just environmental benefits to an area that has never really achieved its potential. And as you can see here, we have a design for an incredible ballpark with a rooftop park, 34,000 seats, an incredible public open space. As you can see, here's the project attributes. You can see 1.5 million square feet of commercial development, 270,000 square feet of ground floor retail, the ballpark, obviously, 3,000 residential units, including affordable housing on site, and 18 acres of public open space, including the rooftop park, which will be available for members of the community to come to on non-game days. It's really going to be an incredible waterfront attraction, bringing people to Alameda County from around the entire state. This will be a destination for folks to come and see it and be a part of it, and will allow us to not only have a great ballpark experience, but to enhance the quality of life for Oaklanders and residents of Alameda County. So we have a very ambitious and exciting project, one that we have been pushing forward on for, like I said, about 5 years. We're at a critical juncture where we really need to know from a public policy perspective that the city, the county, that all the elected officials are supportive of this direction. We're running out of time at our current facility at the Coliseum, and we're hopeful that we can get the necessary answers to proceed with this project on a pace that makes sense. So that's kind of the overview. One important consideration here that folks have asked a lot about is the compatibility with the seaport. We have spent a great deal of time, over a year, negotiating with the Port of Oakland to ensure that this location can be developed in a way that will allow for a thriving port, as well as a thriving commercial center and waterfront ballpark project. And we've done that with tangible concessions. The turning basin, which is allowing us to take a portion of this site and turn it into open water for the large ships to turn, which will help port operations for many generations to come. Also creating a buffer area where there'll be no residential development on the 13, 14, 15, and 17, the parcels that are closest to the port and the maritime activities. And also on having a really comprehensive transportation plan, one that will invest hundreds of millions of dollars in offsite infrastructure and really allow this area to coexist with the port in a more meaningful way. So we think those are all incredible attributes of the project, and one that will ensure that the port operations can continue to thrive, which is obviously something that we're seeing in the news basically every day. Some of the other key components of the project, we're talking about over 2 million people coming to the location every year. That's an incredible amount of people. There's almost nothing like a baseball stadium to have folks come out. We have 18 acres of the public open space, as I said, over $400 million in community benefits, including affordable housing, job benefits, local hire, a variety of things that we've worked almost 3 years with a variety of local community groups to have something that makes sense. And I think maybe most importantly for everyone here, a real focus on environmental sustainability and justice. We had the AB 734 legislation, which passed in 2018, which allows for really the highest standard of environmental sustainability, clean air, greenhouse gas neutrality, LEED gold standards on everything we're doing. This project will be one of the greenest projects in the history of the state. And to have that as a beacon here in Oakland and in the East Bay in Alameda County is really a feather in everyone's cap. So it's something that we're hopeful that people can get behind. We didn't need to make those type of commitments, but we felt that it was an important part of who we are as an organization and how our community is at the vanguard of these important global topics. As you can see too, here's some incredible views of the open space. That's the Performing Arts Center. We're keeping the actual cranes as pieces of public art. You can see both the residential and commercial development, the ballpark, how it's all integrated in a very thoughtful way. And like I said earlier, this is going to be a regional draw. This will help all of Alameda County, both financially as well as a location where people will come from other counties. One other thing to really stress is that, we have 134 unions that have endorsed this project. That's the most in the history of the state of California on any one project. We are committed to obviously using union labor, both operationally as well as in the construction. This project will generate over $7 billion in economic activity, 6,000 permanent jobs, ensure that the A's stay in Oakland. It's really a grand slam home run project, and we're very hopeful that the county will see it as something that they can participate in a meaningful way and a thoughtful and responsible fashion, as you guys have articulated clearly in all our meetings. Some of the other pieces of the puzzle here, obviously the bike and pedestrian facilities, extending the Bay Trail, helping with the freight access to the Port of Oakland with the turning basin, protection against sea level rise. Obviously everyone who just got drenched by the rain, we've seen all the impacts of climate change. Our project will invest in this area and ensure that we will be resilient for sea level rise, obviously handling any of the remediation of the site is also a critical component and something we're investing up front to do all these things, billions of dollars in private capital to make that happen. And then maybe most importantly, having the housing and the affordable housing as part of the project. So we have an incredible vision, something that we've spent hundreds of millions of dollars to even get to this point. We're hopeful that we can actually get to a yes, beyond even a non-binding vote, to a binding vote from all the key parties as soon as possible, because we are running out of time in our current situation. We are under a lot of pressure from Major League Baseball to get to an answer. Our current facility is over 10 years past its useful life, and we need to find a home for the A's with a major league facility for a major league team. So I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Shaft, who is going to take the next part of the presentation.
I think there are a few questions before we turn it over.
Oh, okay, yes. One question I wanted to answer just immediately was something that Commissioner Valle mentioned. We are more than open to funding any research or analysis that you guys need to do. We've done that with the city of Oakland. We have an agreement in place to do that with their analysis. And we can do it in a way that hopefully makes sense for all parties. But we're very open to that, and just let us know how that would work. And I can have my legal team work with yours. But that's something that if that's an impediment or a challenge that the county is facing, we hope to be part of the solution.
Thank you. Supervisor Chan.
Thanks, Dave, for the presentation. I just had a couple of questions, and I don't mean these to be negative in any way or indicative of what's going to happen today. But in terms of the negotiate, we were never part of this deal until more recently. As you know, when you came to us maybe 3 or 4 years ago, at that time you were going to purchase the Coliseum site, put the new stadium at Howard Terminal, but also had plans to build the Coliseum site into fields for young people, do some housing development and mixed use out there. And then things changed. So you might want to address that, because we had seen drawings both for Howard Terminal as well as the Coliseum site at that time. We haven't been, just let me finish and then,
Yeah, go on.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So, we haven't been part of the negotiations regarding the use of Howard Terminal, because as you know, we were in negotiations with your organization about purchase of the Coliseum site, and we wanted to get out of the sports business. But I guess a couple of questions. One is how final are, I know the city has only done a non-binding as well, but you have had months of negotiations, and Supervisor Valle mentioned, this issue of how much low-income housing and all this. How final are those? Is there any, my understanding was that we would not participate in any of those discussions. Are those discussions final? And, how much say would we have? Is anything changeable in terms of what's already been negotiated? So that's one question. The other question I have related to that is, of the $411 million of community benefits, what portion of that are the A's paying for? So those are my questions.
Yes, Supervisor. Yeah, I can address all those points. First of all, on the original concept of the Coliseum, that was always a separate transaction for our organization. We are still committed to having a redevelopment of that location, especially if we build at Howard Terminal, but it hasn't really been the top order of our organization or business, because we've been very focused on getting approval of the waterfront ballpark project. But it remains something that we think is very viable and can be beneficial for the entire region. So that is still something that we hope to work on in a meaningful way. Secondly, in terms of the agreement with the city, that is not finalized yet. So I guess that's a positive and a negative. The positive is that it could still incorporate feedback from folks like yourself, but we still remain in negotiations with the city to finalize a development agreement, and we're waiting on some documents from the city to make that happen. So that's something that's ongoing, but we're working as quickly as we can to get to something that could get voted on by the city council. And then I think your last question was really around the community benefits. I mean, all the community benefits and everything we're doing, from the environmental sustainability to the union jobs to the affordable housing, it's all coming from the project. And so it's coming from the A's. We're fronting most of the things that have to be done, we front. And then over time, sometimes we get reimbursed, like with the onsite infrastructure. If there's not enough money, we're at risk at that. So, on many measures, like it's all really being funded by us. It's a mix of, dollars out of our own pocket as well as project dollars. And the timing of that depends on the different commitments and what we're doing. So that's been the approach to date. That could change obviously between now and a final deal. But that is what we've anticipated up until this point.
Okay. Yeah. I understand the issue of the community benefits, but it's being funded by the building of the project, not direct dollars from the A's. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, it depends on what community benefit. For instance, we're handling the sea level rise issues, which is the community benefit, or we're handling the fact that we're going to have operating union, SEIU or HERE employees. Those are things that we all pay for directly. But there might be some things like the infrastructure where we pay up front and then over time we get reimbursed. So it's kind of a mix of mechanisms. But at the end of the day, the community is going to get those benefits. Without the project, there are none. So I've
right, because we're being asked to fund, we can go more into this later, but the parks, the low-income housing and whatever, so that funding isn't coming from you all. It would be coming from the public coffers, correct?
But it's money that our project generates. Without the project, without us investing the $6-7 billion in upfront capital, it doesn't exist. There's no.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay.
Yeah.
And then when you say we could be part of the negotiations, I mean, we're not going to be a formal part of the ENA that you write with the city, correct? I mean, we can always, anybody can give you feedback. But my understanding, and the mayor can speak to this too, is in the negotiations, it's between the two parties. Is that correct?
That's the way it's been to date, but everything is not finalized. So any stakeholder, whether it's the county or unions or community groups, can obviously still weigh in on how it gets finalized between now and a final city council vote.
Okay, and one last question. In terms of the project labor agreement and what's been negotiated up to this time, say with labor or with surrounding neighborhood or whatever, you have been in the port, you all have been engaged in lengthy discussions with them. Is that correct?
We've actually signed on to the MAPLA, which is the project labor agreement on anything that's done in the port, which includes obviously the main provisions of their PLA. So we've signed up to that. We've also signed agreements with all the unions we currently work with, Unite Here, SEIU, Teamsters, building trades, folks like that, on both operations and also construction. So we've done that. That's been around for almost 5 years, a lot of those deals. And some of them are holdover. We're all union at the Coliseum right now, Supervisor as well.
Right. No, I think those deals are great. All I'm saying is that in terms of some of these negotiations, we're kind of late invitees to the dance. Because originally the A's actually are not the ones who asked us to participate, correct? It was the city who asked us to participate.
That is correct. We had a different proposal at first that didn't include the county. I think we've heard from the city and from their public policy makers that wasn't viable. And so now we're here to see if this could be a viable path. And we're supportive of getting to a binding yes as soon as possible, to see if all the parties can come together to make this incredible vision a reality.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear because in some documents, including the Q&A from the city, it said that the A's had asked us to participate, and really that wasn't the order of what happened. So, okay, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Okay, I have a few questions as well. And let me preface my question by saying I really appreciated you, particularly in the A's organization, for you being what I think has been consistently upfront to the extent that I know, and informative. And so I feel as though you've been very upfront about your positions, and I appreciate it. And the second thing I want to go on record, because I have a responsibility to ask the questions that I'm going to ask today. I have been here since the Warriors, since the Raiders returned from Los Angeles. Been in and around the negotiations with the Warriors and the A's previously. And I do think that there is a major value in having our entertainment and sports franchise here in the Bay Area. I didn't want to lose the Raiders to Las Vegas. I didn't want to lose the Warriors to San Francisco, and would really hope that the A's are here in the Bay Area in Oakland. So I want to preference that. My responsibility, these are private deals with private businesses, is to protect, to the extent that I can with my one vote, the duty and constitutional responsibilities and statutory responsibilities that I took an oath for, and that actually has to deal with healthcare and social services and basic needs that people have for the safety net. And so when we start to talk about using those dollars, even if they are future dollars, then I really have to look at what is that impact to the organization and to the institution that I have a responsibility for. So I just want to say that. You're quoted in a number of articles in which you say Oakland, the city voted on their version of the term sheet in July. It was not something we agreed to. You also said, quoted, we remain to be apart with the city on economic terms. We are still continuing to push forward on the environmental review with the port final documents and with all of the plan development permitting. So I guess I wanted to find out, even though there's a non-binding agreement with the city of Oakland, what are those outstanding issues that you're still apart on, or that you still have to agree to with the city of Oakland?
Yes, Supervisor, we do remain apart with the city on some of those key provisions, and we're working towards hopefully finalizing them and getting them agreed to, but we don't have that quite yet. And they involve things like infrastructure, like whether or not the county will participate, community benefits, affordable housing, and then some of the provisions around transportation. And so these are items that we remain, open items. There's a bid-ask spread, and we are just in discussions with the city on a weekly basis to try to make progress on that, but we have not yet achieved that.
So there's not yet a binding proposal that's there. It's still a number of varied issues that you're still working through, correct?
That is correct, Supervisor.
Thank you. And since you've already gone through the draft EIR, what are the outstanding issues on the draft EIR that are still out?
Well, we're waiting for the final EIR to be released. I know there's been an incredible amount of public comment. I think over 4,000 pages or comments, a lot. And so they're working through that, and we're, working with the city. The city's the lead agency on that. We're just, the project sponsor. So they maybe could better answer the timing of that document, as well as what outstanding items remain, because I'm not exactly privy to that, Supervisor.
So the EIR document is a pretty substantial and important document on any
Critical.
major construction project, right?
Yeah, It really is. I saw it down in San Jose when I did the soccer stadium there and the development, that really sets the tone, as you know. Yeah.
And so, even though this is only a draft EIR that is out, there's still a potential for a lot of cost that haven't been identified yet in this project. And to deal with the infrastructure, I think is critical, and especially given the location and the sea rise. And so I'm really, that's an important factor. But in addition to that, I mean, that really is a major part of determining what the cost of this project will be, right?
You are correct, Supervisor. That's why we've been waiting to see the final draft, because that will give us a final indication of where some new gaps may have appeared or some additional requirements, or they call them mitigations. And we don't have full visibility into that. And we're hoping, I think initially it was going to be released this month or close to now. So we're working with the city on that, and that will play into hopefully a final agreement in due course.
At the moment, I guess we're dealing with guesstimated costs for the construction. So the overall project is guesstimated to cost roughly what? The stadium as well as the housing and all of the other identified areas, roughly.
It's about $6 billion in private capital in the kind of the first part of the project. It could be more over time, depends on like exactly what you build and the timing of it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there's some slides later on that show it's around $6 billion.
Okay, thank you. Also, there's a number of times in a number of interviews that you are quoted in which you say quite clearly that it says, that the city's deal with us depends exclusively on having county participation. And the latest couple of letters from the county have been pretty discouraging. So that's a big outstanding issue. Has anyone calculated the loss to the county? And then, quote, it says, yeah, it's 15%, which you can overcome by saying or attaching a $30 million to the base. That was one interview. The one that the mayor sent me, which was Larry Bill's interview on AB7 with Casey Pratt. It says, we had another way to fund this project without county. And you said it was a weird situation created by the city. What is it that you know now that has changed that says, I mean, could you outline some of the other funding ways in which you were going to do it that did not include the county money originally? Just a couple of...
Yeah, I mean, Supervisor, initially we had a proposal to have a second IFD, an offsite IFD. And this was our proposal that was made back in April it was actually even January to the city. April, we made it public. And then, we asked for that to be voted on in July. So that didn't materialize. There wasn't support for that public policy decision. Instead, there was a path that included having the county involved. And obviously that's why we're here. And, we're supportive at the end of the day of getting the project done and completed and built.
Mm-hmm.
We've already taken too long in some ways in our mind. And so we're just trying to find a feasible path forward. And that seemed, at least from the city's perspective, and the mayor can speak to this specifically, really the path that was more viable. So, we're trying to be flexible in the way we approach getting to a solution. We had a way, you are right, without the county. We are hearing that wasn't politically feasible with the city. And now we are approaching it, with trying to add you guys to the project in a way that's responsible and fits your objectives. And on some level, we're just looking for an answer one way or the other. We just need to know because, that going sideways is just not becoming an option anymore because of the tenuous nature of our current playing environment.
And I appreciate that. Again, I want to, highlight, I really appreciate your openness and your candor around these issues, and appreciate that. I guess a couple more questions. And it's been difficult for the county in particular, because we're in the middle of a pandemic,
Right.
our responsibility is around healthcare, and it's taken 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for all of our county employees to be engaged in trying to put up structures to adhere to and meet the needs of our county residents, health being the first of those, and all the institutions related to that, feeding programs over $100 million and making sure that they were out in the community and are user-friendly. A number of social service areas of need, and all of those things have required money. And you may or may not have known that we had a hearing several weeks ago in which we only had roughly $155 million to allocate, and we had $1.4 billion in requests from community-based group providers. And so while we've been challenged there, then we've been forced to be in this position to redirect our attention to an important project, but one that's not our core mission. It's not our constitutional responsibility or statutory responsibility. And quite honestly, placed in a position in which it seems like it won't happen, but for the $355 million that's being requested of the county. And I think that there are multiple ways in which it can be financed, and I will talk about those later. But that our staff has had to be forced to move away from their primary responsibility to try to address this issue. Have the A's requested from the city a complete financial overview of the documents regarding this issue? Have you received that? I know that you've been at it for 5 years, and it's down to crunch, and I'm sorry that it's taken this long to get to this place. It's not our fault. And I want to go on record of that because everybody keeps saying like they want to focus on the county. It's not our fault. We don't oversee land use. We don't oversee the permits. We don't oversee it. And you've been in negotiations with the city of Oakland, not the county of Alameda. Have you seen yet a requested complete overview of the financial overview from the city of Oakland? And I know that you've been paying for their staff and consultants and others over the last year or so.
Yeah, we've been paying for that staff from the beginning, so 5 years. We have our own internal financial projections that we work on. We have an internal team that does that. The city has its own team that does that. They obviously are in communication, and they're working together on, sharing ideas and, kind of level setting on different metrics. But we haven't necessarily seen an entire city model because it's kind of their proprietary model. So we've had what we do on our side to analyze the different aspects, the tax revenues that are generated, the project timing, and we've been really relying on that for our financial underwriting, Supervisor.
I appreciate that. And we haven't seen it either. I'm looking at the county administrator with this question. We haven't seen it either. And we're being asked to kind of go at faith and goodwill to turn over future revenues that should be going to healthcare and social services and basic needs of people, mental health, those kinds of things. Have we seen the financials from the city of Oakland which includes how much they will benefit from this project as opposed to just the financials as it relates to the county? Because, I think for us to put in that much money, we should have a complete overview of it. And for us to make these decisions before we have that complete overview, to me, is not a smart move. That's just me personally.
So what we have received to date is information about the proposed enhanced infrastructure financing district and the estimated revenue projections specific to the county of Alameda. And then we requested the similar information or same information with respect to the city of Oakland. Now, we have not, to my knowledge, seen the overall financing plan for the entire project.
Okay, so at the moment, it's just, again, not having the luxury of time to focus on just this. There's a long laundry list of unknowns, a long laundry list, but we're asking a leap of faith to just step out there and to give $355 million of future revenues, tax revenues, that historically, whenever they're realized, would go towards healthcare, social services, and the basic needs of the safety net. Okay, all right. Supervisor Miley, I don't know if you have any comments or questions.
I think you and Supervisor Chan hit on a lot of the questions, but once again, we all want to keep the A's in Oakland. We all want to maintain a sports franchise here in the city. I do think, unfortunately, the A's want to build at Howard Terminal. We do recognize the fact that the existing site is suitable. The business, A's got to make a business decision. We have a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers to make a decision that works for Alameda County. And as I said, if other cities want to get involved with this, they should ante up and be part of the discussion, as opposed to sending us letters to get on board with a deal when they haven't done all the analysis themselves on the efficacy of this deal. But as I said before, at this juncture, if we don't have all the analysis, and county council, who still hasn't responded, says that a willingness to join an enhanced infrastructure financing district is just non-binding willingness and there's no legal obligations, then at the moment, I'm prepared to support that.
Okay. Next, we'll move over to the city of Oakland. I'm sorry, Supervisor Halbert.
Thank you, President Carson. I just wanted to ask Mr. Covell to confirm, because the question was raised about going forward, the participation of the county. In our reply from the mayor of Oakland, it stated that that if we get to the point where a public financing authority, PFA, would be established, that if both city and county are participating affected taxing entities, the PFA's membership would consist, here it says must consist, of a majority of members chosen from the legislative bodies, the city and the county, minimum of 2 members of the public chosen by the city council and the board of supervisors. So it appears that the path forward, if we go down it, would include participation by the board of supervisors if we were one of the taxing entities affected by virtue of the PFA, which would then lead to establishing the EIFD, the financing district. I just would like to, and I know the mayor will chime in on that, but while we have Mr. Covell on the line to confirm, that's his understanding of our participation going forward if we get there.
Yes, Supervisor, that is my understanding of how the legislation is written, SB 293 Skinner, or if a different EIFD legislation was used. So I think that's the way it works, and the mayor can confirm as well, or her staff, but that is the way I have come to understand it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We'll move over to the Mayor Libby Schaaf and the City of Oakland.
Thank you so much, President Carson. And I'm joined today by Molly Mayburn, who has been leading this project. Next slide. I think you all know that currently Howard Terminal has been used primarily as a parking lot. Its shallow waterways do not make it ideal for the modern version of ships that really generate the economic activity at the Port of Oakland. You know that the current value of this land is incredibly small to both the City of Oakland and to Alameda County with regard to generating public revenues. Next slide. The county alone would stand to benefit from $16 million a year in direct revenues. That would be on top of one-time construction revenues, as well as an additional $5 million a year to ACTC for transportation projects throughout Alameda County. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity for us. I know that we are in the middle of a pandemic, but let us meet this moment to literally transform a part of our city that has been neglected, that has been sealed off from public use, that is no longer economically productive, and has this incredible potential to create tremendous public benefit for generations to come. Next slide. This is kind of the sources and uses of the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District, and a reminder that the Oakland A's are essentially financing all of this project. Roughly $6 billion of direct investment to build the vertical project. Dave already went through what that entails. And then, of course, the very small tax increment, the project tax increment, money that will not exist if this project does not happen. So I believe it is fair for us to say that the A's are paying for everything because these dollars are coming from their project. But as far as a proportion of the total investment in both the project itself and its community benefits, the public participation in the project tax increment is 3% for each the city and the county. And where does that go? Into public parks that we all agree enhance the health of our residents, into affordable housing that we know is critical for health. And of course, to the public infrastructure that will enhance safety and will allow the entire region to benefit from this project. These are the on-site costs. This does not include the cost for off-site improvements, which I will talk about in a second. Next slide. A big piece, a big question that you had in the excellent letter, President Carson, that you sent to me, and I hope everyone got an opportunity to read. I apologize, it was a lengthy response that I sent to you yesterday.
Yeah, I just got it this morning, and unfortunately at 8:30 this morning, even though it was sent out yesterday at after hours. Sorry.
Well, we were trying to give you thorough responses to your excellent questions, so I'm going to touch on a couple of them in this presentation. You asked what are the other revenues that the city of Oakland will be realizing, and what is the city doing with those revenues? As you may recall, one of the city's pledges during the adoption of the non-binding term sheet was that the city will be responsible for all off-site transportation and infrastructure improvements. We anticipate pledging our additional incremental tax revenues, and that would include property taxes in lieu of vehicle license fees, parking taxes, sales taxes, business license taxes, utility consumption, and transient occupancy, TOT taxes. We would be pledging those project-based increment to service a debt that we anticipate would be a $150 million limited obligation bond. And I stress limited obligation bond. That means that this would be no recourse to the city's general fund. Like you, President Carson, we have learned our hard lessons from that Raider deal. We will not put our general fund at risk, but these additional project generated revenues can be pledged to help pay for the significant off-site improvements that we all agree and know are necessary to make this project successful. These off-site infrastructure improvements are going to include the required mitigation measures that are part of the final and certified environmental impact report, transit first connections that we are committed to as a policy matter, safety improvements, especially to make sure that that Port of Oakland activity is safely separated from the mixed use activity that is already present at Jack London Square, as well as the seaport compatibility measures that will also be part of this project. Today, we have a conservative estimate that the total cost of these improvements will be $352 million. We anticipate that that will be increased with further due diligence. So the $150 million limited obligation bond will be a portion of meeting that obligation. We do have potential availability of state funding that was awarded in the recent state budget action. And of course, we are aggressively pursuing particularly federal infrastructure dollars that we are very hopeful will be coming forth from Washington, D.C. And just again to emphasize, neither the county nor the enhanced infrastructure financing district that we are discussing today would have any responsibility for the costs of offsite infrastructure. That is solely the responsibility of the city of Oakland, but that is how we will be using our non-property tax. The other increment that we are not pledging to the EFID that we are talking about doing with you will all be pledged to this limited liability, this limited obligation bond. Next slide. Questions have been asked about the affordable housing. We did reach some terms in the non-binding term sheet with regard to affordable housing. Most significantly, the city of Oakland has both residential and commercial affordable housing requirements that allow developers to meet those obligations either through the payment of a fee or through the construction on site of affordable units. The A's have committed to meeting both the residential and commercial affordable housing requirements through on-site construction of affordable housing rather than the payment of any fees. The A's have agreed to build 15% affordable units on site. That is roughly twice what is required to meet their legal obligations under the City of Oakland's various policies as well as redevelopment law. The Oakland A's will fully pay for, without future reimbursement, the affordable housing units that are necessary to meet those residential and commercial affordable housing requirements. Anything above those requirements will be eligible for future reimbursement if and when those increment dollars are available. Next slide. This breaks down the direct fiscal benefit to Alameda County. Again, one-time construction tax revenues of $68 million for you to apply to the pressing needs that you have so articulately talked about today. In addition to that, you will have another $5 million, roughly $5 million a year for various dedicated functions like your early childhood education program, healthcare, homelessness, and then an additional $5 million a year that will go to ACTC for countywide transportation needs. That is on top of the $10 million roughly that would be dedicated towards the purposes of the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District. Again, all related to public health. Next slide. We spoke before that the halo effect and economic impacts for the region will be tremendous. 25,000 new construction jobs with some of the most progressive agreements under MAPLA, as well as using Centerpoint as a jobs agreement model. 7,100 new permanent full-time jobs, again, subject to more union agreements than any project in the history of California. And then an estimated $7.3 billion in regional economic impact just in the first 10 years alone. This is all on top of the direct tax revenues that will come from the project itself. Next slide. This is not the Raiders deal. We all learned from our mistakes of the past. This is financially responsible. And President Carson, this is also why an offsite EFID was rejected by the City Council and the City of Oakland. because it would not be responsible. It would be a public subsidy. It would be taking our general tax revenues that were generated not from this project, that would otherwise go to support our obligations that we have. We have all learned that that is not acceptable, nor prudent, nor responsible. And so this structure allows us to let the project pay for the project itself, does not place our taxpayers or our general funds at any risk. And that is why we, just like what we were able to do under redevelopment, are not asking you to be in the sports business, but asking you to be in the affordable housing and public parks business along with us, to be our hometown heroes, to actually be the winning ingredient that will allow this project to move forward so that we can together reap the incredible public benefits, as well as keep our beloved Oakland A's rooted in Oakland. This is the moment. We have waited a long time to find some certainty around a new home for the Oakland A's. Some would say decades. This is the moment for us to come together as a region to say that we believe in this visionary project that will benefit our residents, our agencies for generations to come. I welcome any further questions to Molly Mayburn, who knows every detail of this project. And I thank you so much for giving your time and attention to this matter today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Supervisor Chan.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I had a question. You showed a slide that said that 156 million of county funds would be spent on site. Where is the rest of the money being spent? County money. Unless I misunderstood what was said.
I'm going to ask Molly to respond to the questions because I'm not quite sure what that's referring to.
Well, you showed a slide that showed 156 million of county money spent on site. So I'm wondering where the rest of it's going to be spent.
Supervisor Chan, is your question because I heard one of your colleagues refer to something in the magnitude of 300 million of county money? Are you asking about the delta?
Yes, well, you're
between
asking
300?
for 45 years of 10.58 million, which comes to 476.1 million.
Yeah,
So if 156 is being spent on site, where's the other 320 being spent?
156 million is the present value in today's dollars of the bonding capacity of that approximately $450 million stream over 45 years.
Okay, so you're saying all of our money will be spent on site?
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry, I should have answered that more simply.
Okay, and then the other question I have, the slide where you showed that 67 will increase the county revenue by 67 million over the 10.58 million. Is that over 45 years?
The 67 million, which is in the bottom, the long bar, which is listed as one-time costs, those are all construction period impacts. So that's not over 45 years, it's over the construction period, which is currently anticipated to be about 10 years.
Okay. How can you explain, that's only over the construction period. Why is that? Some of it is Measure A money, some of it's Measure, I think C money, you know, how come that's only over the construction period? Can you explain that?
You would get those funds every year as well, but typically, and I can have our economics consultants chime in on this, but typically we show one-time impacts separately from recurring impacts just for clarity. So those are one-time impacts, for example, sales taxes on construction materials. So once that building is built, you're not going to see that money again. It's a one-time impact as opposed to the recurring sales taxes, which you'll see year after year because of, you know, people buying T-shirts in the ballpark and other things like that, which are continuous activities. Does that answer your question?
Okay,
Would it be helpful for us to put back up slide 14, which is the one I think that you're talking to?
Yeah, I don't know because I can't see it, but okay. So you're saying that this 67 million is based on sales tax that we'll get because from construction materials? I don't understand it. I'm sorry.
Yes, so those are all construction period fiscal impacts, and they do come from things like sales of construction materials, which, as you can imagine, are quite a bit of construction materials purchased to do $6 billion worth of construction, right?
But
So
they're
that
going to
generates-
buy those all?
No,
They're going to
there's-
buy those all in a place where we collect the taxes on it? Because some construction material come from China.
Right. So
I don't understand this slide. I'm sorry.
No, there's assumptions about how much of it would be bought within the jurisdiction. And I would have to ask Leo and Griselda to pipe in and remind me what all of those specific assumptions are. But no, it's not an assumption that all $3 billion worth of construction materials are built in or are purchased in Alameda County. There's a set of assumptions about how much of that. And then there are other taxes during that construction period as well that make up that 68 million, things like transfer taxes when the initial purchase of the site happens between between the A's and the port, for example, also contributes to that 68 million. So those are all construction period impacts.
Okay, at some point, I mean, we don't need to know today, but yeah, I'd like to know the assumptions that went into it, because like the healthcare, that's measure, I know that that's measure A. So you're saying over 10 years, the county will yield 1.6 million additional dollars based on people buying construction materials within the measure A jurisdiction. I don't know. This seems pretty far off to me. I'm not saying it's not true. I just don't get it. I'm sorry.
I can bring up, if you want to stop sharing this slide, I can bring up another slide. And also, we had asked that Leo and Griselda be promoted as panelists, but I don't see them here, so they could give you a more nuanced answer to the questions of underlying assumptions. But I'm happy to share. Let's grab this file. Okay.
While she's looking that up, do you have additional questions? Supervisor Malley, do you have any questions?
Yes, and am I now up, President?
Yes, you may.
Okay, yeah. I've got about 4 areas of questioning. So initially, I want to thank the mayor for speaking with us today. You know, I know go back a long ways with the mayor, and I appreciate her work and the work of the city. And obviously, they're putting forth their best, the best picture around this. And often, if it's too good to be true, it might be too good to be true. And that's why I really think the city's giving us their numbers and their analysis. And I'm really waiting for the county to do our own due diligence around these particular matters. And that's not on the city to do that due diligence. It's on our part to do that due diligence, to look at these numbers, to look at whether or not we want to have a policy around enhanced infrastructure financing. What's in our best interest? Is there a return on investment? I think that's some of the stuff Supervisor Chan was getting into that the mayor pointed out. So what's the return on investment? I think those are all important things. So I do appreciate the mayor and the city laying out, the best picture. And I know the mayor knows, we've all have scars from some decisions in the past around these sports teams. And I think if we didn't have those scars, we probably wouldn't be paying as close attention to this as we presently are. So that's just the first thing. The second thing I'd like to ask, and this is now a question, the issues around compatibility. We know the port, it's the economic engine for the region, for the city of Oakland. And I'm very familiar with Jack London, having been down there, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of times. So how will we address the issues of compatibility when you put all this commercial, all this housing, all these fans, and you've got a working port? How are we going to ensure compatibility now and into the future? Because clearly we've seen where communities have grown up and it's had an impact on industry and manufacturing to its detriment. 10, 20, 30 years from now, Mayor Schaaf, you and I, we probably won't be in our positions. Hopefully we'll still be here seeing the impact of our decisions. What assurances do we have that this is going to live up to all of the glamorous expectations that you're putting out before us today, and it's not going to come back to bite us in the butt?
If I may, Supervisor Miley, I served as the Director of Public Affairs for the Port of Oakland for several years and care very much and am very cognizant of the port's importance to this entire region. And I will just read from the port's own website. Won't the A's proposal inhibit maritime business? Answer, no. Our tenants have made significant investments in recent years to accommodate growth, so we expect growth to continue. We will develop seaport compatibility measures to make sure the project doesn't affect the port's maritime business. And I can assure you that as the mayor, we are also working to strengthen our industrial sanctuary policies to really protect the seaport operations and in fact, potentially to expand it. I mean, when you think of the expansions that we did through the conversion of the former Oakland Army base, which is closer to the outer harbor, the part of the port that can accommodate the latest generation of ships, which Howard Terminal cannot. Those investments are worth noting. And we still stand here today as a port that has underutilized capacity. Know that before this enhanced infrastructure district gets formed, this project has to go through many regulatory hurdles, including approval by BCDC. And we are working with a very holistic and mindful view that the Port of Oakland is critical to our future economic success. Molly, I invite you to give more specifics about the process for the seaport compatibility measures, but know that the final approval of this project will go back to the Port of Oakland and that commission. So there are many checks and balances to assure that this project is helping and not hurting our beautiful, important Port of Oakland.
Agreed. And I think Dave, I believe it was Dave, touched on some of the specific measures that are sort of the first line of defense against that outcome that none of us want to see, which is that this project somehow harms the operations of the port. And some of those include keeping a buffer zone where residential will not be allowed under both the city EIR as well as the port's agreements west of Myrtle Street. So those of you who are familiar with the site may know that this site is actually not directly contiguous to the rest of the Port of Oakland. There's a privately owned property in between this site and the rest of the seaport to the west, which is Schnitzer Steel. And so the desire was to keep those residential uses, which might be the most potentially problematic, well separated from Schnitzer, and then the seaport further to the west. In addition, a lot of the really reason behind the $350 million of offsite infrastructure is the need to make a number of improvements to ensure that the port's goods movement in and out of the port are protected both by rail, via grade separations, and via improvements to the existing really deficient from a safety perspective existing conditions with the railroad tracks in Embarcadero West through all of Jack London Square, and then also through things like improvements to the Adeline interchanges to make sure that trucks can move in and out of the port more quickly, more efficiently, with less truck idling, with less impacts on air quality in the West Oakland neighborhood. So have always had in front of mind the need to ensure the continued not just viability, but thriving of our port, which is, after all, a part of the city of Oakland, which we care deeply about. And I saw Danny Wan, the executive director of the Port of Oakland, turned his camera on briefly. So I don't know if that meant you wanted to say something, Danny. So I don't want to step on your lines.
No, Molly, I'm here to answer questions, but you answered it perfectly. Thank you.
My next question, I want to thank Molly. Good you're here, not on vacation, interrupting your vacation like we did the last time. But maybe between Molly, the mayor, Danny, and Dave, it's also alleged that the project will not be capable or as viable with the turning basin. The turning basin needs to be enlarged to extent to handle, big containers coming in. So Danny, what's the, where are we in terms of studying that? And then what would be the viability of the project should the turning basin have to be to the maximum extent conceivable?
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor, for that question. Yes, the ships at the Port of Oakland are getting bigger, and they're calling the port, and the turning basin is barely able to accommodate these bigger ships. So looking into the future, we expect to have to expand that turning basin. We knew that going into the talks with Dave, with the Oakland A's about the Howard Terminal, that we knew that that would be something we need to accommodate in the memorandum, the exclusive negotiation agreement with the A's. So we provided for that the part of the about roughly was it, Dave, 10 acres of the land?
Yeah, about 9.5, 10 acres, exactly.
9.5, 10 acres is contingent to be set aside for the turning basin once we determine the feasibility of that turning basin. To answer your question, we are well on our way to determining that feasibility. The Army Corps of Engineers will be the agency that would have to lead that project because it is in the federal waterways. And so we have gone through the feasibility study with the Army Corps with preliminary cost studies as well as feasibility. We've considered many options. Not only that inner harbor turning basin, we also have another turning basin outside at the outer harbor near the Middle Harbor Shoreline Park area. And so we are studying both the extending of the turning basin at the Howard Terminal area, as well as the outer harbor terminal. And that we've narrowed down that to the most impactful for the cost. They do a cost benefit analysis, and they figure out which one of these options are the best. And lo and behold, Howard Terminal option is one of the most feasible and beneficial options. So that is on the table still. And we are now talking about cost, finalizing, sort of refining the cost estimates, as well as talking about which properties, how much property we need beyond the Howard Terminal to make that happen. So yes, it is well underway. It is on the Army Corps' list of priorities that they need to work on. And the next step is to figure out the cost and go for federal appropriations as well as the port's portion of that cost.
And I think from the A's perspective as the developer, it's important to remember that we've done all the underwriting on the project, assuming that the maximum amount of land is taken, President Carson. So if that does happen, the project is viable. There's a way to actually orient the design. BRK Ingles Group, field operations have like an alternative design if they take the maximum space. So it's something that we have planned for because we've had a great partnership with the port early on to understand it was a priority and something that the maritime community felt was important to their future.
Okay, so thank you, Dave, for that. And so Danny, in terms of the turning basin, the Army Corps of Engineers, they'll make that call. That it won't be based on the needs of the A's or anyone else. It'll be based on
No, it's not based on the needs of the A's. It's based
Okay.
on the needs of the federal interest in having a working port.
Okay.
So no, it's not based on the interest of the A's.
Okay, all right. Just want to maybe get that out on the record for clarity. So thank you. Now, I feel like I'm at home here. Danny, former city council person, court, CEO, and Libby. It's like, my goodness, familiar faces here.
One big happy family, yes.
Yeah, I know. It's all in the family. So the last question for the mayor is, what do you want this county to do? Because I know you talked with me that you're not looking for an intent, it's just a willingness. So what is it can you spell that out for us today?
Thank you, Supervisor. What we would like today is a declaration of the county's willingness to contribute its tax increment for 45 years to an enhanced infrastructure financing district that would support the affordable housing, the public parks, and the public infrastructure of community-wide significance for the Howard Terminal project. In fact, I think the resolved section of the resolution that is before you, those words are perfect. If you'd like to substitute the word intent with willingness, that is absolutely fine. We don't want to cause any confusion with later actions that are a term of art that use the word intent. But that paragraph that says resolved in the resolution in front of you, substituting the word intent with willingness, that is what we would love for you to do today. You will definitely be our hometown heroes to give us that indication that we are all in, that we are working together for this incredible vision.
So President Carson, can I ask County Council a couple of questions on this then?
Go right ahead, Supervisor.
All right, yeah, because, so I've already mentioned it a few times. So if County Council, based on what the city's asking, a declaration of willingness, what does that mean? And what is the legal implications of that? Should the board vote on that today? And can the board vote on that today?
So what is significant to me about the language and phrasing that the mayor just stated is it didn't mention anything about being non-binding. The devil is in the details and the meanings of words. That's what lawyers make a hefty living on, is arguing about those things. So all that I heard in the statement that the mayor just made was a declaration of a willingness to do something. If I attach that to the question you posed earlier, it didn't mention that it was non-binding. And my expectation is, in asking your board to do that, because the word non-binding wasn't stated, you're being asked to make a declaration with an intention that the parties, both the A's and the city, rely upon that declaration in making decisions going forward. So that's...
If I may, County Council, I actually was referring to the language in the resolution in front of you all, and it does have the term non-binding in it. And if I apologize, I wasn't prepared for the question, so I now have the actual resolution up. Would it help if I, through the chair, read the full language that I was referring to?
I would, if I may.
Sure, go right ahead.
I'd like to just indicate that our understanding of the resolution that is before us is that is a resolution of intent to create an infrastructure finance district, which the county obviously is not being asked to do. So I just need to be clear that you're not asking that resolution be adopted, because we previously received communication from the city stating that you were not asking that resolution be adopted.
If I may, through the chair.
You may.
Thank you. Just to clarify, the city believes that a motion declaring the non-binding willingness of the county to contribute the county's share of the incremental property taxes, inclusive of property taxes in lieu of vehicle license fees, that will be generated from the development of the waterfront ballpark district at Howard Terminal into an EIFD to be formed over the project site for the purpose of financing affordable housing, parks, and other infrastructure or of community-wide significance for a period of 45 years, and that the county's commitment to the county's willingness to contribute would not guarantee a specific amount, but would solely be limited to contributing such taxes actually received. That is the requested motion, and it is a modification of Section 2 under the resolved section of the resolution before you. But it is fine for that to be made as a motion, not as a resolution, and to substitute any words intent or commitment with the word willingness. That would still give us the confidence to move forward with developing the development agreement and continuing to answer your questions and work with you cooperatively.
Maybe we can come back to figuring out the language of the intent for the motion whenever it's made at that time. I think there's still some outstanding questions. I know I have a number of outstanding questions. Supervisor Miley, you have more questions?
Was my second question, if county council could answer it. Would we even be able to vote on this today?
So I want to go back to your first question because my response to your first question was focused on whether the ask was a non-binding ask or a binding ask. And so now that there's clarification that it's a non-binding ask, the answer to your question about what it means to be non-binding, I think that I should say a few words to clarify that. So, my understanding is that when your board adopts an action that is non-binding, it would be with the intent that you would not be obligated in the future to go forward with it. And that part of the reason that you are adopting you would be adopting a non-binding action at this time is because there are numerous unknowns associated with the project. That there are that our understanding of how the creation of this district proceeds is that there are multiple steps that have yet to be completed. In fact, from the presentations here today and the presentations we've heard previously, it's my understanding that there is no non-binding term sheet in place between Oakland and the A's at this time. That they too have not formally agreed upon a non-binding term sheet. So your board would be asked to adopt a non-binding willingness declaration with respect to something that the parties, the A's and the Oakland themselves have not agreed upon. So I would stress for the record that if your board were to adopt something that even non-binding, that there is a clear understanding by the parties that the county has the option of walking away, and that there would be no expectation that later on, if the county, armed with more information, with more details, with some of those things that Mr. Covell indicated have not been resolved in terms of whether there will be a meeting of minds, without knowing those things, that the county is still free to walk away. And to some extent, if the parties rely on this commitment, because so much is uncertain at this point, that they would rely on their peril and would not be able to come back later against the county and state that they detrimentally relied on the actions of the county, and that somehow the county's liable for damages because they continue to incur expenses and later the county backed out of the deal. So that's the answer to your question. And then the second question as to whether you could take an action today. Certainly the language that Mayor Schaaf clarified is part of the resolution. It's on topic. So if your board were to make a motion today, I think the public is sufficiently on notice that action could be taken.
Thank you.
Other questions, Supervisor Miley?
Yeah, I have a few other, but I'm going to hold those questions for the moment and just wait.
Okay. Other board members, Supervisor Howard?
Thank you, President Carson. On page 14, we showed 5.4 million of incremental go-forward annual revenues to the county. That's the same number, I believe, or is it the same number? Has it changed since this was presented to us in June? Molly, same number?
That's a tough question. I haven't thought about June for a while. Let me think. I believe it's the same number. Yeah, I'd have to go back and look at my June presentation.
That's not contributed by us in the EIFD? It's separate and apart from and would be, so something that we would otherwise not have. And then we could use those funds to provide county services to the project area? Or anywhere in the county we want.
Yeah, that obviously would be at your discretion how you use those funds.
So have we gotten to the point yet where we as a county are validating that, or is that anticipated for what we would do as next steps?
I would have to ask your staff that question. The $5.4 million number came, so when we came to you in June, we had sort of a draft report from Century Urban. In the intervening months, they produced a report in early September. I think it was actually dated August 31st and passed on to your staff in early September, which broke down all of those projected tax revenues to the county. And so that is the basis of the $5.4 million number. I apologize. I think I lost the track.
As has been noted by President Carson, we have a lot going on here at the county, mostly related to health. If we move forward, then the services that we would need to provide would need to be paid for somehow, presumably by this 5.4 million or a portion of it. And in my opinion, we need to validate, do those two meet as a point. So I just don't know if that's what we can do going forward. I think through negotiations and through additional analyses is what I'm guessing where we would do that analysis.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Leo Ma, and I'm principal with Century Urban. We prepared the fiscal revenue report for the county, a projection for the county, and the 5.4 million recurring revenue that is referenced in the presentation consists of sales taxes that are allocated to Measure AA, Measure W, Measure C, in addition to a small amount of projected county share of transfer taxes from future resale, property resale. And so Measure AA, W, and C are allocated to items such as healthcare, homelessness, and childhood healthcare.
Okay. I mean, let me just say that almost all that I care about, not all, but almost all that I care about is that the services that we as a county need to render will be able to be paid for. And that's the analysis that I'm looking for and hopefully will receive. Thank you.
Okay. On the Measure W, Measure C, and Measure AA, which you just referenced, they sunset. And how are you calculating those revenues when they sunset prior to probably the completion of the entire project, especially the property development side? That how does that? It seems like your calculations are way off on your assumptions there.
So we are just.
Do you know what year? Do you know what year they all sunset? You know what year Measure W sunsets?
I don't know that offhand.
Do you know what year Measure C sunsets?
I don't know that offhand.
Do you know what year Measure AA sunsets?
Not offhand.
Okay.
Perhaps my colleague Griselda does. But that said, we did assume that those measures would continue or that they would potentially be extended, as I believe one of the measures was recently extended.
So hopefully the voters will go back to the polls and extend that. I mean, we don't know that, right? Okay. Appreciate it. Some of the questions that I want to ask are kind of timing questions because we're being asked to date to take an action on some things. And for me, I would like to know as much information before we commit more than $355 million of future dollars that really are healthcare dollars that are not a part of the taxing measures that sunset. They are current day needs, and they're increasing. Where is the city on the final environmental impact report? Because that is critical in terms of being able to guesstimate and understand better the cost, especially with respect to the infrastructure. Because I don't know how contaminated that old piece of property is that had a bunch of trucks leaking oil on it and other things that might be going on. So where are you on the final environmental impact report? And when is the final action of the impact report going to be public?
So for the final EIR, we're currently, I think, on draft 2 or 3 of responding to the over 400 comments that we've received to the draft. And we anticipate being ready to publish the final before the end of the year. I think to your question of, how does that, what sort of surprises might be in the final EIR that could maybe upset the apple cart financially. I guess I would say 2 things. One, they're not surprises to me because I do see what we're drafting, and so we're taking those things into account. But also, to the extent that those represent increases to the offsite infrastructure budget, you got to keep in mind that that's outside the purview of the EIFD. So none of those things are going to get paid for out of the EIFD. That would simply increase the city's obligations with regard to offsite infrastructure.
Have you completed all of the entitlement approvals?
No, the CEQA has to go first, always EIR first.
Okay. And what about your development agreement?
Again, legally, we cannot approve anything before the EIR gets approved.
Okay, that includes your design standards and general plan amendments and all the other stuff?
Exactly, yeah. CEQA always has to go first.
Oh, okay. I appreciate that. So that's still to come. And all of those could have an impact on the project. Individually and collectively.
Yes, I don't anticipate that they would have an impact on the financial viability of the project, but they certainly will govern the project going forward if you're talking about things like general plan and zoning.
So how are you actually calculating expenses with all of these unknowns?
Which expenses are you referring to?
Well, you guesstimating what the cost of it is, and I guess that's built on some sound information. I'm not sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you referring to the offsite infrastructure costs?
The part that you're asking us to participate in.
Oh, the onsite infrastructure costs.
Yeah.
Okay. So those are actually primarily estimated by the A's contractors and their cost estimators, and then were incorporated into our models with validation from Century Urban. In some cases, we used independent estimators to provide certain costs or to provide sort of a back check on certain costs.
On the revenue side, David Cavall said that they never really included the county in terms of the guesstimation for the cost of the development. And they had other alternatives to plug that hole, but that the city didn't accept them. Could you outline what those alternatives were more specifically to a layperson so we can understand what they were and why you decided to reject them?
Sure. I mean, the only one just backing up, fundamentally, the reason we're here is because the project is not financially feasible using entirely private capital, right? That's sort of why we hired Leo and Griselda. That's why we did all this analysis to answer the question of, is there a necessary role for the public sector to play in terms of making an investment here that we believe will get repaid through the various sort of mechanisms that Century Urban's reports looked at. So that's was sort of the purpose of hiring Century Urban and really doing a deep dive, because we don't, any more than you do, want to be in a position of giving up tax revenues unless we have to, right? To meet some other end. So having gone through that analysis, what we found is that, what the A's were asserting was the case, was in fact the case, that the project cannot be feasibly entirely privately financed. And so there's only one other solution that the A's brought forward that I can recall, which was the concept of doing an on and an off-site IFD. And we did talk about this back in June, but and the mayor addressed it as well. But there has always been a very clear line for the city that investing tax revenues that are directly generated by this project, that are paid by the developers, by the future residents and tenants of this project, not by other taxpayers in the city of Oakland or Alameda County, and wouldn't exist but for the development of this project. Investing those things in things like parks and open space and affordable housing from a policy perspective made sense to the city, but taking taxes that would have flowed into our general fund, regardless of whether or not this project was developed, and diverting them from our essential services that we have to provide, things like fire and police, was not an acceptable solution. And so that was really the basis of not pursuing the 2 EIFD proposal from the A's. If you will recall, the 2 EIFD proposal from the A's really still took all of the tax increment on site and spent it on site, and all of the tax increment off site and applied it to off site infrastructure. So in the limited obligation bond that the mayor described, what we've done is we've said, no, we're not going to do this off-site IFD, which would in fact, capture the taxes paid by the Ace Hardware in Jack London Square and use them to build off-site infrastructure for this project. But what we will do is we'll take your other but-for taxes, sales taxes, TOT, parking taxes, et cetera, generated by this project, and use it to pay for those things. So we really went at it a different way in terms of trying to meet the request of the A's of having a city source of funds for the offsite infrastructure that was consistent with our policy outlook, which was really to only use but for taxes. Does that make sense and answer your question?
It does. So I see that in previous interviews, the mayor was quoted as saying that you were looking at bond issuance, and so there was some consideration on a private activity bond or limited obligation bond. What's the status of those?
Yeah, so that is what the mayor described, and we've been going through a due diligence process with Mr. Bob Gamble, who's on the line, Leo and Griselda and other financial advisors to make sure that that was a viable path. We feel that it is based on those conversations with several banks. And so that is our intent, is to use some of those other but-for taxes to fund those offsite infrastructure improvements that are needed to ensure the kind of health and well-being, so to speak, of the port, and also to really catalyze some really important infrastructure investments for Oakland and the region.
And we're in your outline of your finances. Do you include the revenues that you guesstimate coming from either private activity bonds or the limited obligation bonds?
So that was addressed in the September 29th, sorry, I was trying to remember the date, memo from Century Urban to your staff, which they had requested that we provide some flow charts basically and put some numbers to them to show the various kind of inflows and outflows from the project for both county and city.
Okay, and I'm hoping at some point we'll have the county to kind of give an overview of what they've assessed so far. Also, kind of wanted to find out what all are the revenues that you're going to generate from the actual stadium once it's built. I mean, just recalling our joint venture that we had with the A's and the Warriors and the Raiders. There was parking revenues that were generated each and every year. There was concession revenues that were generated each and every year. There was marketing and advertisement revenues that were revenue shared, not only with us, but I think it might have been with the national basketball, baseball, football teams. Other revenue sources that I don't see or didn't see in some of the materials that I've tried to brief since this morning. So where are you on those negotiations, and what might that amount of ongoing revenue be?
So keep in mind, this is fundamentally by design, by all of our, I think, desire, not the Coliseum. So the city, the county, the port would have no role whatsoever in managing or operating.
No, I understand that, but are you not anticipating any revenues from directly from the activities of the A's?
Only taxes on those activities. So for
Okay,
example,
so no parking revenue.
I believe the port, they would have to answer that, has
No concession revenues.
no taxes on concession revenues to the
Oh,
extent
okay.
they're taxable,
All right.
but no direct participation in the revenues. So
Okay.
only to the extent there's taxable sales, we would receive some of those sales taxes. The county, I think, actually receives more of those sales taxes.
And again, trying to brief what I got this morning, the Century Urban Report does say that on your transfer tax, which is discretionary tax, that the city received in 2019-20, $90 million in transfer tax. You received in 2021, $123.6 million. And just from July of 1 to October 22nd, just the other day, you received $45.1 million. And if they were to kind of project and extend it, it would probably come out for just this year about $135 million. It seems as though the city transfer tax is clearly going up in each and every year. And I'm asking that because, again, city has the responsibility, statutory, constitutional responsibility over land, policing, and all of that. And we, again, are scrambling to keep our St. Rose Hospital open. I mean, Congressman Swalwell just called me the other day to see if we can come up with some additional monies for St. Rose Hospital just a couple of days ago. Needing way more money. The same thing for all of our other hospitals every single year, not even to talk about our community clinics, things that we have direct responsibility for, and kind of advancing in the hopes of some kind of return back to the county in 45 years to help do that is a heavy consideration. So how did you look at that in terms of your gap when you had so much increasing transfer tax money coming in?
The projects gap?
Yeah, the gap that says you needed the $355 million from the county.
So the transfer taxes are kind of unique, and if any of my colleagues on the team want to jump in on that, they can. But transfer taxes are very lumpy, and they're also very cyclical. So the city's reliance on transfer taxes, is sort of a feast or famine thing. When the real estate market is good, like it is right now, transfer tax receipts are substantial. when the real estate market is like it was in 2010, the lack of those transfer taxes coming in was one of the major contributors to the, gaping hole in the city's budget. So the transfer taxes probably would not be pledged to the limited obligation bonds simply because they're not going to be highly valued by the investment community because they are too lumpy and too unpredictable. And so we would probably use those to pay our increased city expenses rather than to pay for offsite infrastructure. But that really has to do with kind of the credit worthiness of that particular stream.
Can I, if I may add through the chair, transfer taxes are completely unpredictable for the city. We had some very good years because of some like single transactions where, like 1111 Broadway sold or, a huge commercial building. And because of that, we actually pledge what we call excess transfer tax to our rainy day fund. If it weren't for those transfer taxes, we would have been in a devastating position as a city. We completely zeroed out our rainy day fund during COVID. And so actually our transfer taxes are pledged to the rainy day fund as well as to paying down our significant unfunded retirement liabilities. But remember, those numbers that you're looking at are citywide. And again, the volatility of the transfer tax is definitely the most uncertain of any revenue source that we have.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, we have a pretty high unfunded liability too, in the billions of dollars. So I am sensitive to that. What's the total amount of bonds to be issued that will be funded from the revenues from the infrastructure, the enhanced infrastructure financing district? What's the total amount?
I'm gonna defer to Leo and Griselda on that one. Are you looking for in today's dollars or?
I'm looking in today's dollars, and then I'm looking in 45 years. What's the total amount of bonds? And and I don't know. Are you going to issue other bonds as well?
Well, we would also anticipate issuing the limited obligation bond in addition, which would be what we're currently anticipating is 150 million on that one. But Griselda, do you have at your fingertips the total amount of the EIFD bond proceeds that we're anticipating?
Yes, in future dollars, we're looking at a total of about 422 million.
And that gets over about 10 years, if I remember correctly. When do those bonds get issued?
We assume that they get issued 3 years after after the first phase is completed. And that first year, is 2028 is the first bond issuance.
And we're anticipating at least 3, correct?
We're anticipating currently 6 for when RDA obligations expire. And so the last bonds would be issued in 2040.
So over the total life of the enhanced infrastructure financing district, how much of it will be covered with the tax revenues?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, when the project is completed, what is the total cost over the life of the enhanced infrastructure financing district that it will have to cover with its tax revenues? How much is going to be covered by just the tax revenues?
So the total cost, which the mayor and Mr. Cabell referenced a couple of times of the project, is in the order of magnitude of about $6 billion. So of that, this 422 million that Griselda just referenced would be paid for by the proceeds of the EIFD bonds.
Okay. I only have a few more questions at the moment. Might come back. I noticed when we're talking about the affordable housing element of it, which is what a portion of our monies are going to go for, that you have, the A's are paying 75 million for impact fees for housing, which would be, I guess, in lieu of actually meeting their affordable housing numbers. Is that what that's for?
No, the 75 million is just a calculation of if they were to pay fees instead of build the housing, what would they owe? And so if they were to pay fees as they're allowed to do under our current code, instead of building affordable housing, they would owe about $75 million in fees over the full build out of the project. Our code allows people to developers to propose to build actual housing instead of paying fees. And that is in fact, the plan here. They would not be allowed to pay fees. They would be required to build affordable housing. As the mayor mentioned, the 15% that's planned is about double what they would probably be required to pay under our existing code. And the 75 million really is just sort of a marker to say, A's, once you've invested more than that amount to get to this 15% affordable housing, then those excess costs over and above what you would otherwise owe in fees is what's eligible for reimbursement by the EIFT.
Okay. I was looking at your June 2021 or looking at the June 2021 annual progress report. And for the city of Oakland, it said, and I'm quoting what I pulled down off of the computer. With the 2015-20, with a 6-year kind of horizon, looking at the housing element cycle, which is coming to an end, Oakland has gone past the market rate construction targets, kind of in print. It says here a total of 3,068 new housing units were completed in 2020, meaning, and of the 3,068, it says it only built 163 new housing units that were affordable. It also said in Oakland, 2,855 market rate units were completed last year compared to 183 affordable units. And so I know that the residents of West Oakland has been hammering my office around this issue of affordability in their area, in their community, alleging that that there had been so many units built in and around the West Oakland downtown area that they claimed were at 93% market rate. I don't know that to be a fact, but that's what they said. And so that's one of the reasons why I asked about the $75 million impact fee, is because with a $6 billion project, $75 million, it could be looked at as affordable, right, on some level. And then the other part to the hammering that I've gotten from West Oakland residents regarding this, as soon as it started to come out that the county was even being put in a place of considering contributing healthcare dollars into this, it said that in September 2021, West Oakland home prices went up 23.3% compared to last year. And most of the West Oakland homes are now approaching $1 million average as a median price. And that the data that was also presented to me by concerned residents of West Oakland also highlighted that over the last 10 years, West Oakland has lost about 1,754 Black residents just in that area alone. And so housing is much needed. I'm very supportive of housing. At the county passed a $500 million bond. We can guarantee that all of those dollars that has been spent from that has gone towards affordable, not market rate. And this is a multi-layer issue. And again, I want to underscore what I started off with, and that is I totally want to keep the A's here in Oakland. I totally wanted to keep the Raiders and the Warriors here in Oakland. I understand the intrinsic value the economic benefit, maybe not as much as a city elected official, but I understand it and support that. But there's a lot of expenses to that. And if in fact the statistics in this data is true, it adds to the displacement issue that I'm constantly being hit with in this area. So again, I think that knowing the information as much as you can up front, even in a non-binding situation, which is for a politician who wants to get into a non-binding situation, it has to be overwhelming information to have them back out of it, is something that is a little bit challenging. I do appreciate the thoroughness in which you answered the questions. Thank you. Are there any other questions from Supervisor Chan?
Couple quick questions. In the letter that Mayor Schaaf sent us this morning or last night, whatever, it said the approximate cost on the last page. It says that would be EIFD total, approximately $505 million. And then, so I was wondering if that's the cost, $505 million for the on-site. Whoops, I just dropped my pencil. And if we're to realize, if the county's to realize about I think you said 10.58 million a year, and say it takes 5 years for the thing to get built out. So 10.58 times 40 comes to $423 million. So why are we being asked to contribute that much? I mean, I would like to contribute a portion, but I wouldn't like to be tied up for 45 years contributing that full amount when the costs aren't clear or the costs are estimated to be lower than that. So that's one question.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. So the 505 million is, based on our early estimates, as I said, mostly provided by the A's. However, the infrastructure financing plan is where those would be, which would have to come back to the county for approval independently, as well as the city and the PFA. That's where those would be laid out, in a much greater detail. But I understand the basic math and the question that you're asking, which is sort of like, do you really need it all? And I think also in that answer, we noted that the IFP would also determine the rate of return that the A's could get on that initial infrastructure investment. Because remember, the reason we're here is because the A's don't have a financially feasible project without some public investment in some of these public elements of the project. And so, think about the EIFD as a reimbursement mechanism, and reimbursement usually happens with interest. In particular, when the A's are putting in infrastructure, for example, or affordable housing in the year, say 2030, and not being reimbursed for that until the year, say 2050. And so there is a long time that they will have to carry those costs before there's tax increment in place to reimburse them. And so the rate of interest that's ticking on those outstanding balances would also need to be set out in the IFP, but it is that sort of time value of money element is why you're seeing that fundamental difference that you're calling out.
Oh, okay. So I'm sure later on we're going to do some kind of motion. I mean, I would like, since it's non-binding and we don't really know the cost, it would be great if we could say a portion. I think this is a worthwhile project, but I'm not willing to, to put that much money in when we don't know, and it's going to have to come back anyway. The other question I have is, when you say affordable housing, what proportion is going to be 30, let's say 30 to 50% of AMI of the 450 units?
I think that, to be perfectly honest, that question is the question that is still not fully negotiated between the city and the A's, is the AMI levels.
Okay, because when we did the A1 bond in 2016, we set forth a very high percentage that was actually 30% of AMI. So that's ongoing negotiation? When would something like that be settled? I mean, if we went up to 100 for this area, as you know, is crazy. It's about 91,000 for a family of 4. But I would like to see a mixture. If we're paying for it, I'd like to see a mixture that goes below the 100%.
Yeah, so those discussions are ongoing, and I think, similar to what you're expressing, there typically has been a strong desire in Oakland and from our community to see some ELI, or sorry, don't use bad acronyms, extremely low income and very low income in the mix, along with low and moderate income, because it's just so desperately needed. And the problem, as you know, I don't need to say, is that the gap is just much, much bigger to develop a extremely low income unit versus a low income unit.
Okay, and then one last question to County Council. For a non-binding action, that you were talking about, so it would come back to us for a binding action. We wouldn't have, if something happened that we didn't like during the negotiation, we wouldn't have to reverse this decision. Is that correct?
That is correct. There are a number of steps that you would have to take going forward to formally join the the EIFD and approve the infrastructure financing plan that would require an ordinance or a resolution. You just wouldn't take that action, or you would make a further action to rescind your prior declaration or to express that your intent not to join. So those were options.
Oh, so you could rescind it.
You could rescind it because it's non-binding, or you could express your intent to no further participate.
Okay.
Any other questions from board members? Okay, seeing none. The other area that requested an opportunity to present is the Pacific Maritime, since this is right there at the water where they're doing maritime business. And I think the CEO, Mike Jacob, is presenting or has a group of presenters.
Thank you, Supervisor Carson. And I'll actually be presenting with Linda Adams from the ILWU. And we really appreciate the time and the consideration today. It's good to see you and the other supervisors and our friend Mayor Schaaf on this call, having this conversation. And before I hop into it, I think I just want to say a couple of things to affirm the conversation that's been happening today. One, obviously we agree with you, President Carson, that this is a bit of a leap of faith. There are many unanswered questions, but we also obviously agree with Supervisors Valle and Howard that this is just a step in an effort that requires thoughtful examination, that all of these issues need to be thoroughly analyzed and examined moving forward, and we'd expect nothing less from the board and from the county. And so we very much appreciate this conversation and the ability to be part of it. We have a short presentation, if you allow me to share my screen.
Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Let me know if you can see that.
Not fully at the moment.
Oh. Is that better?
It is now.
Okay, thank you. The East Oakland Stadium Alliance that ILWU and PMSA are part of is a group of business and labor organizations, but also community groups in West and East Oakland. And we're committed to not only protecting maritime activity in West Oakland, but we support the Oakland A staying in Oakland and the full development of community resources in East Oakland. And if that includes a baseball stadium, we would like to see that. Some of the references will be to Howard Terminal being obsolete. You might have heard some of that conversation about it not being economically productive. And that's just not the case now or in the long term. We have over 325,000 annual gate moves by trucks there, 1,200 a day. And the situation that we have right now in Southern California, where we have over 70 container ships offshore, roughly $22 billion of cargo that is not moving ashore, is because of a lack of facilities just like Howard Terminal in Southern California. This is a critical resource for us. But turning into what you're looking at in terms of this project, we'd ask you to look at a couple other things. One, the context of private financing versus public funding. You hear a lot from the A's about how they're privately financing this, and that is certainly true. But they're not asking to privately fund it. They're asking you to help fund it. And in the context of what we're looking at here, when you compare it to other California stadium projects, it is significantly more and it exceeds most recent California stadium transactions. And the question you have to ask is, what are you getting for this additional money? They've picked an expensive location to develop. And that's why they're looking at so much additional taxpayer money. And so obviously, to the extent that there are issues that we have, they have not been resolved. You heard the mayor and the city and the A's all say, and Executive Director Juan, that they would like to continue to work on seaport compatibility measures. And we take them at their word. We know that those desires are genuine, but all we've had so far is a process. The draft EIR did not offer seaport compatibility measures in full. And even what you've seen today, and from the Century Urban report that was sent to you, it doesn't include critical seaport compatibility measures, including the turning basin expansion. And thank you very much, Supervisor Miley, for asking the direct question about that. The Century Urban report that you guys have seen does not include the turning basin expansion. Neither did the presentation from the A's president today either. So it needs to. We have direct on-site expenses at that location that have not been included, and off-site expenses. And both of those are important. So we ask you to hold the A's to their word that they'll be moving forward without risk to the port. This project only has downside for us. You'll hear more from Linda Adams about that and the ILWU shortly in our time. But I think it's worth just talking a little bit more about this for a second, which is to say, the draft EIR, when it comes out, will establish a project scope. That hasn't been established yet. That will include certain on-site expenses, potentially grade separations. Are they sufficient? Are they not sufficient? We won't know. That means you don't know either. That means they're not included in an infrastructure financing plan that's in draft form. No draft infrastructure financing plan has been shared with us or any other members of the public. There's certainly no public draft sources and uses document, which would show that you'd have different revenue capacities and different costs, including different costs for things laid out to you, including parks, under a turning basin expansion scenario versus a non-turning basin expansion scenario. So as you move forward with the third-party evaluation and exploration and analysis that Supervisor Vaya was asking for, which we would encourage you to do, please include those scenarios. They're in the EIR, and that's the baseline. What we don't have yet are all the off-site costs. We've only begun to have those conversations. It's a process. None of that has yielded a result. We have a couple other challenges with that Century Urban analysis. And I think actually most of your questions have touched on all of these. I skip to the next slide really quickly so I can leave some more time for Linda. But there is no policy on IFDs at Alameda County. San Francisco has one with respect to net fiscal benefits. LA County has one, which says that the county share of an IFD contribution should not be more than the city's contribution, and it must be revenue positive. When we look at this, outside of restricted funds, which is those sales tax measures you were referring to earlier, your general fund revenues are only predicted to be about $600,000 a year, unrestricted additional county funds. And that doesn't include costs. So when you include the costs of the county of basic administration of what does it cost for 3,000 new homes and all those businesses and all of that, not to mention the baseball stadium, what's the net impact here? That hasn't been presented to you by Century Urban either. So I think I'll turn it over to Linda to talk a little bit more, but to this point, before I do that, and to Supervisor Chan's questions and comments about the resolution and developing the resolution in full, If that resolution said you'd like to contribute some percentage of the county's share of your incremental property taxes instead of all of it, that'd be one thing, but it says all of it. If it said for some period of up to 45 days, that'd be one thing, but 45 years, but it says 45 years. If you're truly going to be doing this in an exploratory capacity, you shouldn't be dedicating everything. You shouldn't be setting a time. You should be moving into this with your eyes wide open and all of your options on the table. And with that, I'll move to my next slide and turn it over to Linda to talk a little bit more about the specific economic benefits that her workforce helps us derive at the port.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to address the supervisors this afternoon. I had a whole note sheet that I wanted to go over, including the slide that you guys are looking at. But as I've been listening to all of the comments, all of the questions, and the presentation by the previous presenters, it just brought up so many other questions that concern me. We have presenters that is presenting slides that is totally unfamiliar with what they're presenting, and that's concerning to not be able to explain certain slides. And so that in itself is concerning. So I'm gonna deviate a little bit. Right now we have a global supply crisis. Everyone knows it. It's hitting the news every single day. And with that being said, you're trying to grant a private sector part of the Port of Oakland land, and to say that it's only being used as a parking lot. I'm not sure if you're looking at the concerns and the issues that's going on at the Los Angeles port. Those parking lots and all of that space is needed. As a matter of fact, with the revenue that is being brought into Oakland, their economic structure today at being just at $700 million a year, we should be looking at expanding, because when we affect people globally. You have the government stepping in to find out what can be done to move ships on the water today. But you're willing to compromise Oakland with the site that we have and take away land, when you should be looking at, okay, we're pushing almost $7 million a year in economics. We ought to be looking at how can we give them more? How can we support them? How can we allow them to expand to be able to import and export even more? And 84,000 union jobs is huge. You're willing to compromise taking jobs from the port, who is an essential need to globally, not to mention the US, California, as well as Oakland.
You have approximately one minute left, and that's because it took a little while to get your slides up.
Okay, I'll keep it short. So you're taking away jobs from us to hand it over to someone else. The 25,000 new construction jobs that you're speaking of is temporary. We're long-standing. These jobs that we have are essential and is needed. And I'm going to close with this. You're looking at redeveloping Oakland. What happened to East Oakland? You're going to give $500 million to a private sector because Oakland is suffering? It is suffering. But tap some of those funds into East Oakland. If the county is willing to help in the areas that is needed, go to the Black community. We are 72% African American at that port. That you're going to compromise our livelihood. That is a huge concern for me. And I'm sure it's a huge concern for the rest of our brothers and sisters on the port. 84,000 jobs is huge. That you guys are going to compromise, and you don't even have all of your financials. You're going off of assumptions, guesstimations. You don't know what the affordability of housing is going to be. All of that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Thank you, President Carson.
Yes, go right ahead.
President Carson, there was one slide that Mike passed over just in an interest of time. I don't know if he can do that one slide. I didn't catch it all as you put it up, but I sure hate to cut you short. If you want to do that one slide, if it would please the president, I would ask.
Go
him to
right
do that.
ahead.
No, that's fine. I think we caught most of it, Supervisor. I don't think there's anything we haven't covered.
Okay.
And certainly we've sent you all of our comments in writing too. So we very much appreciate your time. We won't elongate it any further.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Supervisor Miley, you have any questions? Okay. The final.
President Carson?
Yeah, go right ahead.
I don't have any questions of the speakers, but the speakers did raise a question I raised earlier. Will the county be putting together a policy around enhanced infrastructure financing district? Are we going to get an analysis on return on investment? What juncture do we entertain all this in the context of what's being requested of us today?
So we're kind of moving in that direction, and I think some of that might be approached with respect to the next presentation. That might help to answer some of your questions that you've raised several times. But I wanted to give the proponents an opportunity to present what it is that they wanted us to consider first. I'll turn it over to the county now. And again, I appreciate, and I want to underscore it, I appreciate the work that you've had to do to displace you from doing all the immediate work that is needed, that you still got to get back to. That's time sensitive, that's impacting people's daily lives here in Alameda County. And so I know that the material that was referenced today, even though I sent the letter last Wednesday or Thursday, we didn't get it until after close of business last night, and you didn't have a chance to really look at that because of the fact that you were getting ready for today's meeting. But I'd like for you to kind of respond to some of the information that you've received to date from the city.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. We do have information as requested by your board with regard to the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District as a financing mechanism, as well as...
Can everybody hear? I'm not sure everybody can hear. Okay, go ahead.
We have information as requested by members of the board with regard to the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing Districts as a financing mechanism, as well as a list of the pending regulatory and public entity approvals related to the proposed project that we're aware of. And we have a basic comparison, if you will, of the ongoing revenues that have been mentioned several times today that will accrue both to the city and to the county as compared to the requested level of contribution. So I'm going to turn it over to Andrea Weddle, Chief Assistant County Counsel, but I also do want to just speak now because I know that Supervisor Miley has raised a couple of times whether the county has a policy in place on IFDs. We do not at this time have a policy. It's something that we're reviewing. As you know, there are several urban counties, a couple that have them that have been cited already, others that have them under consideration. So it is something that we're reviewing and expect to amend and add to your board's financial management policies. And we can, later I can read through some of the components of a policy.
Okay.
Thank you, Supervisor Carson and CAO Marinishi. We've put together a fairly brief presentation, and we'll make it quick. We know you've been here all day, to kind of speak to what is an infrastructure enhancement district or an infrastructure financing district. What is the process? What is the timing for when you would take action? So to start with, there are a number of different statutory provisions in the government code that allow for cities or counties to form an infrastructure financing district or an IFD. Chief among those are the principal one that is found in the government code sections that I refer to as chapter 2.99. There was reference made earlier today, and we've seen a number of references to SB 293, which was legislation specifically enacted for the city of Oakland to have a waterfront ballpark infrastructure financing district. We note of an important aspect to SB 293, and that is the membership on what is the governing body of that IFD. Under SB 293, all members of the Oakland City Council would be members of the IFD governing body, and only one member for each participating tax district would be on that entity. So if we followed SB 293, the county would have only one representative on what's referred to as the Public Financing Authority. There is not a similar imbalance in membership on the governing body under the other provisions that we refer to as Chapter 2.99. The difference is fairly dramatic in some ways.
Can I ask you a question? That body, what would they have decision-making responsibilities for?
The Public Financing Authority, the PFA, is the entity that actually forms the infrastructure district itself. They conduct a three-part public hearing to determine if the election of the landholders and the residents of the district are sufficient sufficiently less than a protest to allow the district to be formed. They do the review process and designate the city official who will prepare the infrastructure finance plan. They circulate that finance plan, which ultimately, if you participate in, you would get to approve. They do annual reports regarding how the monies have been expended. They have to look at and review the infrastructure finance plan on an annual basis and decide whether it needs to be amended. Critically, in the structure that the city has proposed, where the infrastructure finance district revenues, tax revenues, would be pledged to pay the bond debt that would be established and issued by a CFD, which is a community finance district. The PFA would be the entity that pledges those revenues to those bonds.
And what's the life expectancy of that body?
They must and will stay in place until such time as the district itself disappears and is reached its end of its useful life. They are essentially the governing body of the district.
So is that almost like the JPA that oversees the Coliseum right now? We're just substituting another body that we have to be attached to that makes these decisions into the future?
Their role is probably not as broad as the Joint Powers Authority at the Coliseum because they're not involved and would not be involved in the day-to-day operations and maintenance, but they certainly would be processing the financing as the monies flow from the tax base to be pledged to the CFD. They will look on an annual basis and say, did we build what we were supposed to build? Does the plan need to be amended? So
one of the reasons I'm asking that question is because this county has had extensive discussions over the years about the challenges of having a relationship with two political bodies overseeing something dealing with sports. A lot of that has caused us to spend a lot of taxpayer dollars for consultants and go to court, all of these other things. The reason we approached the A's was to get out of the sports business. And indirectly, even though this is an enhanced infrastructure financing district, it's one, had it not been for the ballpark and the A's being there, it wouldn't be in existence. And it seems like we're substituting something that we've had lots of discussion about, maybe with the previous board, but we have lots of discussion about over multiple years. And now it seems like this is just a new iteration of that. That's what we would hear from a number of people in the community.
Mr. President?
Just before you
okay,
answer,
now-
could you respond to that and then?
Well,
I know
I would,
Super-
sorry, Supervisor Carson, or President Carson, I would say that sports is one component of this project. And the other components of the infrastructure project that the JP or the PFA would be involved with is all of the infrastructure, the affordable housing, the public parks that are on site. So it is a more diversified portfolio, so to speak, than the Coliseum.
And so for our $355 million, we're purchasing one vote, one seat for 45 years or for whatever the duration of the time period. I just want people to understand that, so that if there's further future legal entanglements and future costs, that we know about the potential of that up front. Thank you. Supervisor Biden.
Thank you, Mr. President. We lost the feed on the slides. County Council, we are on slide 2, is that correct?
That is where we are at this point, yes.
Okay, good. So the public didn't miss anything. But there's 20 slides that we've been handed. Thank you.
Yeah, my goal is to be as brief as possible. So the EIFD, the district itself, is a separate legal entity from either the taxing or the local government entities that created it. And again, its purpose is to finance the public facilities of the project. So if we follow 2.99 of the government code, the chapter that is not specific to the SB 293 that the city wished to, or had previously obtained legislation for, the membership of the PFA, the Public Financing Authority, depends upon how many taxing entities join. If we assume that the county joins with the city of Oakland, then there would be a minimum of 2 public members appointed to the PFA. How they are appointed is to be determined by the parties, because the statute doesn't tell you, does the city appoint one and the county another, or does the city appoint both? That is not specified. The remaining members are to be a majority of the members from the legislative bodies of the participating entities. If there are only the minimum of 2 public members appointed, then you would need at least 3, if not more, public entity representatives from the legislative bodies. So those details are to be worked out, but it's certainly different than the SB 293 process. And so the city has, in our last discussions with city staff, has indicated a willingness to enter into some sort of agreement or MOU with the county to specify how many members there would be, who would nominate them, and how that process would be worked out. So the EIFD formation process itself, as you've heard a little bit today about, the process is initiated by a legislative body adopting a resolution of intention. That could be either the city council or the board of supervisors. The city has expressed its intent to do that resolution because once that process begins with that resolution, there are a number of steps that have to be taken to immediately implement the process. The resolution has a number of items that are to be included, and they're listed on slide 4, and I will not go into detail on those. Affected taxing entities are essentially taxing bodies, which could be the county, could be other special districts who currently impose taxes that are within the proposed district boundary itself. If an entity like the county wishes to participate, then the first step would be adopting an ordinance that would make certain findings. That ordinance would set forth the procedure by which the county would calculate the revenues that are derived from sales tax and transaction and use taxes that you would allocate to the district itself. It would also include the decision process that you would use to determine the amount that you would dedicate to the EIFD as well. As previously been noted by other speakers, a number of other affected taxing entities such as LA, San Francisco, and the Port of San Francisco have adopted policies to guide those decisions. One of the key elements to the timing of the adoption of the resolution's intent is that concurrent with that resolution adoption, the city council or whichever legislative body was adopting the resolution must ensure that the Public Financing Authority is established at the same time. That is another reason why today we could not adopt a resolution of intention, because we have not done the underlying groundwork to create the PFA. Once the PAFA is established, the resolution of intent is adopted, copies of that resolution are sent to all of the affected taxing entities, to the Public Financing Authority itself, and to all landowners within the proposed district.
Comment or question that Supervisor Miley asked earlier. The proposal that, or the action that Supervisor Halbert and Supervisor Valle are asking for is not in conflict with your last comment around not having the Public Financing Authority set up. And they can go ahead and the board can still take action on whatever the proposal is that comes out today.
Yes, I believe that that is the case. If we're merely expressing an intent to have a non-binding willingness to consider participating, that would be different than the official resolution of intention that would trigger the actual initiating process itself. And so but that resolution of intention is a term of art in these statutes, so we have to be careful in using it in that regard. So there are other processes that then begin once that resolution is issued to the various parties, including the PFA designating either the city engineer or another appropriate official, change the slide if you can, to prepare the infrastructure financing plan. And after that plan is prepared, then the PFA begins to hold the various public meetings that it must go through to consider adoption of the infrastructure plan. They have to do an election with the landowners to determine if there's a protest or a willingness by the landowners to participate and pay. As I understand the facts, the current landowners are primarily the city and the port. So the likelihood of a protest is slim to none. I believe there may be one private parcel owner. So assuming that a protest is not presented by the various landowners, after the third public hearing, then the PFA may adopt the necessary resolutions to adopt the plan and approve the formation of the district. It is prior to that third hearing that your board would have to make the binding decision to participate in the EIFD. And so you would do that by adopting the resolution that we talked about before, and the ordinance, and then you would also do a resolution approving the IFP plan that has been presented to you.
The zone. What's going on? Come on.
So the infrastructure financing plan has to include a number of things. Those are on page 8. Critical to them is what are the projects that will be funded with the revenue from the district. There's supposed to be a financing section that details how they anticipate the flow of funds will come in from the financing, the taxing, to pay for the projects themselves. If the county participates, there must be a finding that the development and financial assistance that are to be included in the plan are of community-wide significance and provide significant benefits to an area larger than the area of the district. So those findings are important if the county participates. On slide 9, you see a very long list of all the different elements of the financing section of the infrastructure plan. You'll note that there has to be a specification of the maximum portion of the incremental tax revenue of the city and each taxing entity proposed to be committed on a yearly basis. That amount need not be the same for all of the taxing entities, and it can change over time. It does not have to be an identical amount. It can be capped. You can set a maximum amount that you're prepared to pay. You can establish a percentage of the taxes that are collected that you are prepared to pay. It does not have to be all, as Supervisor Chan has suggested. It can be a portion of the revenues that are generated. The floor would be 0. That would be non-participation. Now, as during the process for the preparation of the IFP, the designated official, the city engineer, whomever is identified to create the plan, must consult with each affected taxing entity. You can suggest revisions and changes to the plan during that process, and the PFA is to consider your comments on the PFA or on the IFP itself. So to reiterate that if you are going to participate, the official action that you would take would be adoption of an ordinance setting forth the allocation that you are going to dedicate to the EIFD, and also adoption of a resolution approving the IFP plan itself. They then file that resolution with the city and send it to the PFA before their third hearing when they form the district. I would note also that at some point in time, assuming we resolve the issue with the city, you would appoint members to the PFA itself, presumably before they take action to begin their process. The next slides, 11, 12, and 13, provide a list that we garnered from the various public documents that the city has on their website, showing the various types of regulatory and public entity approvals that are to be done. The very first one that has been called out as a critical step is the certification of the environmental impact report. That environmental impact report will likely be relied upon by the PFA as part of approval of the infrastructure financing plan, because they are in fact required to do CEQA. And as long as the projects that are covered by the current EIR are included within that EIR, then they can rely upon that document as well and would not have to do a new EIR of any sort. I would again note that under the slide 13, where the Public Financing Authority is listed, we note that there is intended to be a pledge of revenues to pay Community Facilities District bonds. So earlier there were conversations about bond debt for the EIFD. In fact, there's going to be another entity, a Community Facilities District, that your board would have no role in, that will be issuing the bonds to reimburse the developer. And the flow of tax increment will go to the EIFD district, to the PFA. They will then pledge them to pay the CFD bonds. It is that point in time where legally you would not be able to extract yourself from participation in this project. Once those bonds are issued, you would be legally securing the debt of those bonds with your committed revenues. I'm prepared for any questions you might have at this stage. The next sections of the presentation are regarding the financing.
Members? Seeing none.
Mr. Chair.
Go right ahead, Supervisor Miley.
I think my hand's up. I can't tell.
I can't tell either. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I want to thank County Council for this presentation. This is a lot of information that we haven't seen before. Although I know Zenny has been talking about aspects of this for quite a while. I appreciate the work that Zenny's done on this to try to raise public awareness around this whole infrastructure financing district and this development deal and everything associated with this. It seems like this is rather complicated, and I guess the legislation never anticipated a non-binding declaration of willingness. That's something that's new. Is that accurate or not?
I would say that there's no mention of such an action in any of the legislation.
Okay. And so if we vote on doing a non-binding declaration of willingness, once again, there's no legal complications associated with that. At what point does this, and there's no time frame associated with it, so it's hard to really even gauge how much time it takes to get through all these processes that you've outlined here. At what point does the process commence for us to begin to form the enhanced infrastructure district, the intent? At what point is that commence?
So I think ultimately that's a question for the city, but I would speculate that they will not create or issue their resolution of intention until they have a development agreement negotiated with the athletics and have certified the environmental impact report that, as they have indicated in some of their communications, would occur either at one meeting or serially following one particular meeting. And once they issue that resolution of intention, then the steps would begin for the formation of the district, and they would concurrently create the Public Financing Authority.
I see. Okay, so then all that commences, but that doesn't commence until the environmental document is certified, and there's this plan agreement with the A's. Is any of this subject to litigation?
Yes, there is statutory authority to challenge the adoption of the IFP and creation of the district and other provisions. There's a short statute of limitations. I believe it's 30 days, but I would have to verify that. And of course, there is legislation that was obtained to shorten the period for a CEQA challenge should that ensue. There is also statutory authority for a validation action for the plan as well, if that affirmative action is chosen.
County council has spent some time looking at this at the moment, but do you have a sense of how many either billable hours or how much time associated with county council working on this? I mean, because there's a lot here, and any other county staff that would be engaged in it, because I mean, this is a lot of work, and it could be rather costly at that. And then it's subject to litigation at that.
So we did not prepare.
Can we get an indemnity provision or anything?
So we did not prepare an analysis of, the county council can only speak to county council time. We can't speak to the amount of time that the auditor, the CAO's office, and other departmental staff may have dedicated to us. And we didn't, in preparation for this meeting, we did not document our time. I know over the last week, the amount of time that's been spent has been substantial on the part of both Andrea and myself. But yeah, there's been a lot of county time since, earlier this year when this was first brought to the county's attention that there was a request that the county participate. There's been a significant amount of time devoted to it.
Yeah, because I think that's something that needs to be factored into the equation, the costs associated with pulling all this together legally and all the administrative costs associated with this from other county agencies and or departments that might need to be engaged in this, because I mean, there's a lot here. And then the whole issue, if there's, if it's challenged, any aspect of it is challenged legally, and if the county is brought into any of those legal challenges, that's why I'm thinking, we might need to get an indemnification provision as well. And then the timeline associated with all this, because I mean, even it'd be kind of be good to kind of have a sense of how much time does it take? Is it once it starts? Is it 6 months to do this portion, 2 months to do this portion? The whole thing could take 2 years. I mean, it's hard for me to kind of get a sense of how much time it would take for all of this to come to fruition. So I'm trying to kind of get that in my mind. And the other piece is, I think the gorilla in the room, or the elephant in the room, is the fact that the city and the county haven't always played nicely in the sandbox. So I mean, there's a lot of consternation here of us entangling ourselves once again and I think Supervisor Carson raised that, I think. Entangling ourselves once again with the city. So if we did go down that road, I want to have the ability to have some indemnification of our costs associated with legal challenges from outside parties, as well as challenges the city might bring. I don't know, but I'm just trying to think out of the box here, because this is quite a bit.
Yeah, thank you for raising yet additional questions on this. And the unfortunate part, and we've confirmed on this, is that this was sprung to us in the public as opposed to channels of staff, hearing from staff of the city of Oakland or anybody else. It was kind of in the press. By that time, it was our backs were up against the wall once it was exposed that way, as opposed to picking up the phone or having a direct conversation with somebody or sending a text or email or whatever. But having said that, we represent the same constituents, and it's for the best of the citizenry of the Bay Area and Oakland in particular. I do have a question, and then Supervisor Valier has a question as well. The Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District, once we participate in the one that is being presented before us, since we've had so many letters of support from mayors in Alameda County, the other 13 cities, does this open up a possibility that other cities can do enhanced infrastructure financing districts? And if so, even this innocently one action can open up a Pandora's box for us to have to make these kind of deliberate discussions with the city of Fremont or Hayward or Livermore or other areas that approach us with establishing an enhanced infrastructure financing district and asking us to financially pledge future dollars. I'm just asking.
From a legal standpoint, there is nothing that would prohibit you from participating in any infrastructure district created within the county. I would defer to others about what that might lead to with other cities and requests from them.
I hope that's not one of the back reasons why we got so many letters from these other cities, knowing that this was a potential well for them to draw water from. Supervisor Valle.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, as elected officials, we are in the target, and we are, whether we like it or not, in a position where we cannot be without worry and struggle. It's just a fact of life that as we battle problems in our communities and we talk about issues that can or may benefit or perhaps not, we get put in difficult positions. That's what I was elected for. And that's the constant issue that hounds me every single day when, whether it's a small community-based organization that's floundering and needs help from the county, or it's a small business that's going under because of COVID and they're losing employees, or it's because people are fighting not to get vaccinated when all logic says that science says you should get vaccinated. I just want to make sure that there is great merit in all of the issues that have been raised today by all of the members of the board. We all have a deep desire to get down to the questions that have been asked and to get answers. The whole intent of what's before us is to do exactly that. Get the answers to the questions that have been posed, including a better understanding of how the IFD works. I appreciate County Council's description, but the issue today is simply, do we simply move forward on a non-binding request for analysis and find out exactly all the details and all the questions that have been asked today in a more meaningful and thoughtful way by having people probe deeper into the issue? Not superficially, not off the cuff, not offering our emotions, not offering our desires. We want to try to focus on the issue. And I know that there's going to be a lot of public comment. And I know that we have a 6 o'clock commitment. I want to make sure that in no way, shape, or form that we delay coming to some objective at the end of this conversation, and that 6 o'clock deadline is not imposed on us, and that we have to continue this conversation to another day. So in the interest of getting to the issue, Mr. President, I would ask with the best interest of, again, trying to arise at a position where we have more information and all of the questions that we've asked can be answered that we continue this now with the public's comments. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate that. I hope you would allow some diligence on, I think, a key important portion of the presentation, and that's at least getting a financial overview from the county administrator's office. We haven't yet had that, unless we just want to override the information around financing or impact a little bit that we've received from the city. What would you prefer? Supervisor Valley? Do you want us to just go ahead and go to the vote, or I will?
Supervisor Chan has her hand up.
Yeah, I think, I have mixed feelings about this. I love the A's. My kids grew up with the A's in the late 80s. But I think this has been really difficult because we were drawn into something that we actually had very little say as to how it was put together. And we had very little say in terms of up to now how the terms have been negotiated. And I'm hoping that in the future cities, when they try to work with us, don't work with us in this way. I think that in terms of what the two of you want to do, I don't think that we should pass that resolution. And the reason why is I think it says a lot of things that we may not agree with or know yet. For instance, it says, one of the whereases, the Board of Supervisors finds that the economic interest of the county's residents and the public health, safety, and welfare will be best served by doing this. I don't know if it will or not. So, and we were told explicitly, at least I was told explicitly, and I think the staff by the city, that we don't need to do this. I mean, we don't have to pass the whole resolution. So I know we have more presentation. I know we're running on a clock. We have a lot of people who want to.
I think, quite honestly, we had from 9:30 to 11, 6 weeks ago, testimony from community-based people who are hurting in this community, asking for $1.4 billion of financial relief, and we didn't have the ability to do that, but we stayed here until 11. I think it's quite easy for us to go ahead and take the redistricting issue and come back and complete this discussion. I think that if community members, regardless of whether they sent a repeated message saying they're against it, or they wrote a personal thing, I don't feel comfortable at all ignoring the public and giving them their opportunity to have their statements made.
I totally.
I have a problem with that.
No, I totally agree with that.
Just to go directly to a vote on something that back in June there was already a vote for.
Right.
So,
no, I totally agree that we have to hear from the public, but I do want to say at the time we do that, I have a substitute motion, so I can either talk about it later or talk about it now, whenever. But we do have to hear from the public.
Just one last thing, Mr. President. There's no motion on the floor at the moment. So I totally agree with Supervisor Chan's comments about the whereases. They should be deleted. So just for the record, I'm in agreement with you. And also in agreement about hearing from the public. Thank you.
okay. And we don't want to hear the rest of the financial analysis at the county administrator's office.
Mr. Chair, if you're willing to continue the item after we do redistricting, I'm fine with that too.
I think it's that important.
I just did have a question on what was already presented, which is it's eerily similar to what we formerly had in our state, which was redevelopment. How does this EIFD, under the guidelines that we are in today, and this is a wonderful presentation. I mean, EIFD 101, 201, 301, 401, all in one presentation, a very good education on what EIFDs are. How does it compare to redevelopment? And if we have under redevelopment, how is this similar or different? And I don't want
Yeah,
A master's degree in this, I just, yeah.
there's one critical distinction between the redevelopment or the former redevelopment laws and the IFD process. And that is under two distinctions. Under redevelopment law, all taxing entities were automatically included once the redevelopment area was formed. So the county would not be going through this process of saying, do we want to opt in or not? You were automatically included. The second distinction is similarly so are the educational institutions. So community colleges, schools, things of that nature. They're expressly excluded and cannot participate in EIFDs. I will just let you know that there is an existing redevelopment area that is already within the district that is proposed to be formed. There still are financial obligations to that redevelopment area. And those obligations have priority over any EIFD taxes. So there is an ongoing obligation to pay those monies to that redevelopment area through 2039, as I understand it. So there will be funds that are taken off the top, so to speak, from any taxes that are committed either by the city or the county to the EIFD.
Let me say, as the county administrator gives the final update of the financials, at least the brief ones that we received, I had the privilege of chairing the unwinding of Oakland's redevelopment authority. I chaired it under Mayor Kwan had asked me to chair it. So I sat through all of the meetings. And the unfortunate part is the former mayor of the city of Oakland, Mayor Brown, who became Governor Brown, was the one that was aggressive about getting rid of redevelopment because it had been abused by way too many municipalities and local governments. There was a lot of good that came out of it, but a lot of abuse that came out of it. And Oakland was one of those that did abuse that, and he mentioned that in his statement in terms of spending money for police and other things that were not under redevelopment. So, you know, I hate that we're covering all of this stuff in public. I really do hate that. But I feel that when we're put a target on our back and don't have an opportunity to honestly try to address these issues, and then perception becomes reality.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. We have just 3 slides and are trying to keep this simple in terms of a basic comparison of the data that was provided by the city's consultant, Century Urban, in the reports that have been cited before, dated July 2nd for the city and August 31st for the county. And what we want to share with you is a comparison of the projected new ongoing revenue. So we're really looking at the projections after the project is completed of the revenue that would accrue to the city and the revenue that would accrue to the county. The same source documents as you've heard others cite the amount of revenue that the county might receive or that the city might receive. So we've done a simple side-by-side, and I'm going to ask Melanie Attendito from my staff to walk through that for you.
Thank you, Susan. So taking a look at the annual estimated recurring general fund revenues, you can see there are 3 main categories that are summarized on this slide. Total estimated property taxes of $14.8 million for the city of Oakland, $10.7 for the county. Total estimated sales taxes, which includes the city's 1% general tax, the county's 2 special taxes, Measure AA for healthcare and Measure C for childcare and children's health, and the county's Measure W, which is a general tax, totaling $3.1 million for the city of Oakland and $4.9 million for the county. And lastly, total estimated other taxes, which include utility user tax, business license tax, parking tax, transient occupancy tax, and property transfer tax, totaling $23.5 million for the city and $527,000 for the county. So in total, at the bottom of the slide, the project is anticipated to generate approximately $41.4 million in recurring annual general fund revenues to the city and $16.1 million for the county. So we start with the totals from the previous slide. less restricted revenue sources for the city and county. That leaves roughly 35.8 million for the city once you add the annual estimated other parking revenue, and 9.97 million for the county. Because a majority of the Howard Terminal site is part of a formal redevelopment agency area, as council had alluded to earlier, percentage of the annual property taxes generated by the new property development would be captured by the RDA to fulfill existing obligations.
I'm just wondering, do you have any hard copies that we can see? That can be given to the
I
board?
think it might be in the back of you, the very back,
Oh,
the
on the
last
back.
3 pages.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
If we then take into consideration the proposed annual contribution to the EIFD of 7.3 million by the city and 7.88 million by the county, as a percentage of the total estimated net recurring general fund revenues from the previous slide, you can see that the percent contribution to the EIFD is roughly 20% of the city's recurring net general fund revenue and 79% of the county's recurring net general fund revenue. The proposed annual contributions would leave an estimated balance of roughly $28.5 million available to the City of Oakland's general fund as compared to $2.1 million available to the county's general fund. Total contributions for 45 years would be $328.5 million for the City of Oakland and $354.6 million for the county.
Thank you. Any other comments?
So I would just, note for you that the allocation to the existing redevelopment agency that goes through 2039 is noted, and that's 4.3 million that the cities will continue to contribute, and 2.8 million for the county. And also, again, if you look at the bottom line, the net to the county, the 2.1 million, 1.6 million of that is attributable to Measure W, which, as you know, is a general tax, but you also know that it expires in March of 2031. So the assumptions are that the sales tax, special sales tax, will continue through the life. So I think that's an important point, just that you're aware of, that we have expiration dates for Measure A of June of 2034, for Measure C, June of 2041, and for Measure W, March of 2031, and you know that there is still some pending litigation, so we want to be sure to point that out to you.
Yes, Supervisor Valle.
Susan, the numbers that are here, were these prepared by the City of Oakland or by our staff?
These numbers were taken from the Century Urban report that was prepared by the city's consultants, who, as was stated, the A's are also partnering with. So they're the same source documents that were used, I believe, in the city's presentation in terms of some of their numbers, as well as some of the other presentations that were made. So what we did that was different from what's been done that we've seen is just to put side by side the impact to the city and the impact to the county as projected at this point in time. And as you heard, there are many pending issues and unknowns. So it's the best apples to apples comparison that we can give you, just to give you a sense of where the revenues accrue. You also heard the city indicate that they will be using some of the other revenues that they will be getting from the project for off-site development. And the county is being asked to contribute its 7.8, almost 9 million for 45 years, and that total would be $354.6 million.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other comments or questions from board members before we open up?
Yes.
For the Supervisor
Yes,
Miley.
President Carson, thank you. I want to thank the county administrator and her staff for this analysis. So you're saying the I think the 70.3, all of that won't be in the enhanced infrastructure financing district from the city? Is that what you're saying? That some of that might?
So what I think we wanted to point out was that after the contributions that are estimated in the report that would go back to the EIFD, 7.3 for the city, 7.9 for the county, the net revenue available on an ongoing annual basis per the consultant's report to the city's general fund is $28.5 million. The remainder for the county's general fund would be 2.1 million, of which 1.6 is Measure W sales tax, which I indicated sunsets in 10 years.
Mhm. Okay. And
Oh,
okay, so- and also it says the percentage of contributions to the EFID recurring is 20% for the city and 79% for the county.
So we're showing that as a percentage of the net revenue up above. So the net revenue, because we took out the dedicated revenues that had been identified for the city as well as for the county. So we're saying as a percentage on the city side of the 35.8 million in net recurring general fund revenue, the city's 7.3 contribution to the EIFD is about 20% of that. For the county, if we look at the almost $10 million in net recurring general fund revenue, the proposed contribution for the county is 7.9 million, which is 79% of the revenue that we're estimated to accrue as a result of this district and project.
So just a few other quick questions on this. So is there any reason why the city couldn't contribute more? Is that something that can be answered? Increase the city's report?
The city, if you want the city to respond to that, I mean, from our analysis, there are additional revenues that would accrue to the city as a result of the project in the district. As I mentioned, the city indicated that they would be shifting some of those revenues, that they would be offsetting some of the off-site costs, while the county would be contributing to on-site.
So yeah, that would be a question I would have. And then, and if the city doesn't contribute more and the county's contributing 79%, and if I understand what the county council laid out here in terms of the enhanced infrastructure financing district authority, the city would have control over that authority, right? Because the whole city council's on that body, right?
I'm sorry, we were distracted.
Yeah, I can't see it because I just see the screen.
Can you repeat the question, please?
I said, who, with the enhanced infrastructure financing district, the council has a majority vote on that, right?
Only if they move forward under SB 293, which has a different membership on the Public Financing Authority. If they move forward under the Chapter 2.99 statutory regime, then there would be yet to be determined the number of public entity members, but it would not be, presumably not be a majority of the city council. I mean, that's something that we would need to work out and agree to with the city, and I think they've indicated a willingness to work with us.
If I may, I'm sorry that my letter wasn't more clear, but the letter was trying to say just that is the statute that we would move under. The one where the county would have the same vote as the city.
Okay.
And I think what Ms. Weddle was saying is that that's a point, one of the things that's not clear at this point and would need to be negotiated in the future before any final decisions on participating would occur.
And so can the city contribute more towards this based on that or this analysis that we've just seen from the county? Or do you have any questions about that analysis?
Supervisor Miley, would you like me to take that question? This is Molly.
Oh, sure, yeah. That's okay with the president of our Board of Supervisors.
Right. And also in answering that question, identify what might be some additional revenue streams that come from this project that are not listed.
So as to whether we could contribute more, there are only two types of revenues that can be contributed to an EIFD, and those are property taxes and what are known as property taxes in lieu of vehicle license fees. So the numbers that were just shared contemplated that the county was contributing its property taxes and VLF, and that the city was contributing its property taxes because, as was referenced, our VLF would be going into the limited obligation bond for offsite infrastructure. So there is a missing piece of that chart that was just shown, which is, where are all those other city tax revenues going? The city, under the current deal structure with the A's, would have significant responsibilities related to the offsite infrastructure and paying for the offsite and implementing the offsite infrastructure, which we're not asking the county or the EIFD to have any role in.
But as pointed out, and we should have also clarified, that the city is not including its VLF property tax, whereas the county's VLF property tax is included. And then I wanted to respond to Supervisor Haubert's question, and just to go back in terms of the estimated balance to the county general fund of 2.1 million, about 1.6 million of that is attributable to Measure W. The other $500,000 is the documentary transfer tax share that the county would get. I believe the added amount that was referenced earlier was the other two tax measures, Measure A and Measure C, which are both dedicated tax revenues, as you know, and also have a sunset date.
My one last question, with that analysis that you've just given us from the county administrator's office, has it contemplated any unintended consequences, as well as has it contemplated our entire turn on investment if we do go with that $350 million?
Could you repeat the question?
I just said, have you contemplated any unintended consequences? And has it also looked at any return on investment? And by unintended consequences, let's just say there's, there are more people who need social services, for instance.
No, it does not factor in potential county costs for providing services to the district.
Okay.
That's information that we don't have at this point, but it is not factored in there. And this is predicated again on the city's reports and the city's request in terms of the county's contributing its full tax increment towards the EIFD.
And that it doesn't have the legal cost and administrative costs, all that kind of stuff. Now, what about the return on investment? Does it answer that question thoroughly?
I would have to ask the consultants. I don't know whether that was factored in at all to their projections.
Thanks.
Did you want to answer that?
There is not a projection of a return on the county's investment that I'm aware of that was included in the reports.
And it is also in today's dollars, so we didn't do any other factoring in terms of the cost of money.
Thank you, President Carson. Molly, just to confirm, this slide shows $28 million that Oakland can make, but if I look at the source of that, utility user tax 1.8, business license tax 4 million, proper parking tax 4.4, transit operative TOT 4.5, property transfer tax 9.8. I think I heard you say that none of that is allowable to be contributed to an EIFD. Is that true?
The only types of taxes that can be contributed to an EIFD are property taxes and what we call VLF, property taxes in lieu of vehicle license fees.
What about property transfer tax?
No.
Okay, so all of those that I mentioned Just to confirm, those are neither of those two taxes that you mentioned can be.
Right, yeah, only property taxes and VLF can.
Then
be
how much
contributed.
is the VLF that you're contributing elsewhere, not as part of this, but are contributing elsewhere? How much is that? What's the dollar amount?
The number that was shown on the previous slide was correct. I don't know if you want to pull that back up, or I can pull it up separately. I'm going to admit I don't have it memorized.
I just don't see VLF anywhere. Susan, do you know?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What is the city's VLF, which they're not contributing here, but they are?
It's on an annual basis, 3.1. And that's correct about the revenues that could be contributed to the EIFD, but it's my understanding that these other general purpose revenues could be used to support the costs in the offsite costs, because there is no infrastructure financing district. So I don't believe there's a restriction of using city general funds for those purposes.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Miley, did you have all of your questions answered for now?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions from board members? Okay. We'll open it up for public comment. 2 minutes for public comment. Let me just say before we open it up for public comment, I know everybody hasn't been following our board meetings, but unfortunately, our board meetings have been pretty lengthy, both Tuesdays and Thursday, trying to deal with immediate issues. There was a massive request for this item to be added to today's agenda, and it was added to today's agenda. Also, by statute, we had to have on today's agenda a redistricting, which by law we have to do, and at 6 o'clock, we would have to take that issue up promptly at 6. Is that right, County Council?
Yeah, and I just wanted to remind us that it takes the clerk a minute to shut down and reopen in the new meeting, so we need to end this a little bit before to give them time to do that.
I'm listening to you. And so I'm saying that because each requester for today's meeting had their specific issue there, and we were trying to navigate a number of immediate things that were time sensitive, that are within our Constitution and statutory and financial responsibility today. And being sensitive to the issue that Supervisor Valle raised, we will approach that hour. I'm sorry to say to the public, we'll approach that hour. We'll take up the issue of redistricting, and at the conclusion of that, whatever speakers still want to continue on this item, we will do so. And let me also add that even after we've completed that item, the board will continue to do its work here, because we haven't even began to take up our regular calendar for today. And let me just say, this is not unusual for this board to be operating under those conditions, or for staff to have to respond to those conditions, especially since the pandemic.
We are on item 52.2, is the Waterfront Ballpark District. Caller, please state your name. You will have 2 minutes to speak. You are on the line.
Is this for Susan Ransom?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Is this for Susan Ransom to speak?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, Susan Ransom, SSA Terminal Oakland. As you are aware, we are the largest terminal at the port, which handles approximately 70% of all the imports and exports from the large container ships that call Oakland a job source for thousands of longshoremen, a major contributor to the revenue of the port, and instrumental in making containers available to the truckers for movement of goods into the industry locally and throughout the states. In addition, we have documented gains in environmental accomplishments and continue to work with the port and other entities on environmental goals. Oakland Port has the potential to dry up as other ports have done in the past if this project moves forward, unless there are clear-cut solutions to the many questions that still go unanswered. As Danny mentioned, I want to reiterate how imperative it is to expand the turning basin at Howard Terminal, not to mention the $30 million in cranes we invested, or the assumption this project would be completed. There's a lot of talk about multiple discussions with the port commissioners who work for the mayor, but there's been little to no conversations with the actual stakeholders that keep the port profitable. Council members and supervisors have been to this terminal. They have seen what happens with the ships at the turning basin and the liabilities of small crafts that will congregate in that area during games and other activities. In the current plans financially, who will be responsible for policing the waters at the turning basin as to not impede with the ships turning 24/7? Who will subsidize the slew of lawsuits that will be a result of residential mixing with industrial? The risk of losing steamship line carriers downline due to liabilities is not non-binding, it is permanent. As Danny mentioned, the turning basin has nothing to do with the A's. Therefore, we request the 10 acres of land be removed from the A's plan. There is absolutely no reason why this land should even be up for discussion at this time. We will actively be pursuing this. Rooted in Oakland are those 84,000 jobs that are associated with the port and have been operating for decades, not with those with their foot on the door for Vegas unless we comply with their wants. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Please state your name. You're on the line.
Hello, my name is Margie Lewis. I'm an East Oakland resident. I want to start by encouraging you not to make any commitment before the full scope of the project is determined and before the city has finalized its financial terms with the A's and before the complete price tag for taxpayer funds is revealed to the public. The financial analysis provided by the city and the A's is insufficient and raises more questions than answers. The A's have rushed the EIR, the city vote, and the county vote. They know their proposal doesn't measure up to similar projects, and they don't want to give critical decision makers the chance to realize the same. The analysis shows that the county could potentially receive $5 million annually if it joins the IFD, but in reality, the county's share is shown as gross revenue, not net revenue, without considering the added costs to the county as a result of the thousands of new residents at Howard Terminal. The county really has no idea if this is a good deal or not. More than likely, the increase in county services from this project will cost the county far more than it will receive if it joins the IFD. The revenue projections provided by the city's consultant are based on the full build out of the project, which could take up to 30 years to materialize. There is no analysis of how quickly those revenues will ramp up and whether in the intervening years the county will have to fund any shortfall. Instead of the potential tax revenue generated from this project going to the general fund and paying for vital services across Oakland, it is instead will go to paying back a billionaire for his private development. It's unconscionable. There has been no official port EIR. This project is opposed by the ILWU, and it will cause a death knell to the port, and none of the maritime unions.
Please state your name. You're on the line.
Yeah, hi, this is Mike Henneberry. I'm a business agent and political coordinator for Teamsters Local 853 in Oakland. Our local represents in-stand concession vendors, in-seat souvenir, beer and food vendors, ticket takers, and ticket sellers at the Coliseum. If you've been to an A's game, you know our members. Our local also represents material handlers and drivers and ready-mix drivers who are members of the building trades. Our union strongly supports and believes the Howard Terminal project is an opportunity to bring economic revitalization to Oakland and the region, and financial and employment security to tens of thousands of workers in the service industry and building trades. Of course, the project comes with a price tag and must be financed. For this reason, we ask that you support joining Oakland in studying through a non-binding agreement. I emphasize studying through a non-binding agreement in an enhanced infrastructure financing district to finance the infrastructure and related costs for the projects. Appreciate your time and ask you to support this measure to make sure that Howard Terminal gets built. The time has come to fish or cut bait. Thank you very much.
Please state your name. You're on the line.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. Matt Cremens here on behalf of the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local Number 3. Here today to share our strong support for the county resolution to indicate Alameda's intent to use their incremental property taxes to finance portions of the Howard Terminal project. Public financing as part of this project means many things to our organization. First and foremost, it means that the Howard Terminal project will be a prevailing wage job, which ensures that local construction workers will have the opportunity to contribute to a historical project in their community at a living wage that provides health and welfare benefits for them and their families. Second, public financing doesn't just ensure a living wage for journeyman construction workers. It means apprenticeship opportunities and experience for aspiring journeymen seeking to make a living for themselves and their families by learning on the job and working side by side with men and women who are as skilled as they come at their trade. Lastly, given the current state of the economy with California's unemployment rate sitting at the highest in the nation, it's imperative that as a matter of public policy, we are doing everything in our power to create quality jobs, lift up families who are in need, and revitalize our communities. The Howard Terminal project checks all three of these boxes, and because of that, Operating Engineers Local 3 is proud to be here today in strong support of this resolution. Thank you very much.
Please state your name. You're on the line.
Hi, my name is Hal Gordon. I'm a Teamster who works at the Coliseum currently as a hot dog vendor. I'm also a grad student at UC Berkeley, getting my PhD in environmental economics. And I really think that this is a good project, mostly because all of this money that you're being asked to commit are these but-for taxes. I think the fact that it's but-for does not necessarily mean that it's costless to you, but if you ask yourself the question, would the A's do this without your involvement? And also, is there another way, is there another developer who would step in without the A's to create the same amount of tax money? I think the answer of those are both really clear. The A's are not going to do this unless you enter this. And also, I don't think you're going to be able to find any other developer to do this to replace this money. So I really think that this money is truly but for. You're not really, this money only exists with the A's. I also think that there's a lot of good things that would come of this, including 3,000 new units of housing. Economists have found again and again that new housing, if it's market or affordable, will lower area rents by increasing supply to help meet demand. So, I mean, even if you ignore the baseball, which I think you should, if you just ignore the baseball, I think this development idea is a great idea and doesn't cost the county anything. Thank you so much for your time. Bye.
Please state your name. You're on the line.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Keith Matting. I'm an Inland Boatmen's Union member and have worked on the bay on tour boats, ferry boats, and currently engineering a tugboat this time. And the closing Howard Terminal would be another nail in the coffin of the maritime industry in the neighborhood. The maritime industries are in retreat. The facilities are all in retreat. It seems like that everywhere you look in the neighborhood, in San Francisco, some real estate's been taken away from the maritime industry. The port over there is in dire straits. And to take another chunk of real estate away from the maritime industry, particularly when in the late aughts, in 2007, 2009, it was dredged to increase access, is unconscionable. The Port of Oakland is not in the business of real estate. They're in the port business. So with the current Coliseum site completely acceptable. I mean, there's no reason that the current Coliseum site shouldn't be redeveloped and the Coliseum can go over there. Those guys in East Oakland should stay in East Oakland. Thanks.
Please state your name. You're on the line.
My name is Kitty Kelly Epstein. I'm an Oakland resident for 30 years, and I'm a professor of urban studies and the host of a radio show which covers urban events. I agree with the comments that have been made by other participants who disagree with the proposed action by the Board of Supervisors to support this, not only because of the method of financing, but because I believe this is a very bad project. I want to raise another aspect of the problem, and that relates to the Port of Oakland. This is the most important economic engine in the county. I'm a member of the National Board of the Urban Affairs Association, so I have had the opportunity to talk with a number of experts on the impact which such a project might have on the Oakland Port. There is universal agreement that when there is a mix of industrial activity and any sort of residential development, the industry invariably loses out because the residents simply don't put up with the dirtiness and 24-hour-a-day schedule of industrial activity. And in the case of this particular activity, port experts have not been able to find a single case anywhere in the world where a port allowed residential development on port property. This is our public property. It's essential for our economy. And I very much appreciate the critical questions that have been asked by members of the Board of Supervisors. I do not think this project should go forward. Thank you for your time.
Please state your name. You're on the line.
Yes, good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Scott Taylor. I'm the CEO and Chairman of the Board of GSC Logistics. GSC handles about 16% of all the import business at the Port of Oakland. We employ 400 full-time and temporary people, along with 200 independent owner-operators, and we contribute almost $60 million a year to the Oakland economy. This has an economic impact approaching $500 million, and we're just one small company. Can you imagine how many small businesses at the port will be put out of business because a billionaire wants to construct an amusement park in the middle of the port? And I'm here to tell you that you have a chance to make real change. Finally, someone has to say enough is enough. We ask why our cities have high crime rates and homelessness. The destruction of small businesses is a major reason for this. Our city needs good jobs, and that is what GSC is providing. The A's proposal for Howard Terminal would be the beginning of the end for the Port of Oakland. The A's could have built whatever they wanted to at the Coliseum. But no, greed has entered the picture, and they're not satisfied with 155 acres that is ready for development today. No, they want another 55 acres on Howard Terminal for $1 million condos, hotels, and oh yeah, a baseball stadium. Please say no to this greedy owner who could care less about the city and our jobs. In fact, if you approve this, what's stopping him from taking the money and running, selling the team for billions? That's exactly what will happen while the companies like mine are dealing with lawsuits from condo owners complaining about trucks, trains, ships, blowing their horns and making noise 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This is a working port. We are supporting 84,000 jobs. We need an adult in the room to stand up and say enough is enough. Please vote no on this boondoggle that will do nothing but line the pockets of a rich owner and will be the beginning of the end for the Port of Oakland. Thank you very much.
Please state your name. You're on the line.
Hello, I'm Mimi Rohr. I'm speaking on behalf of the McConnell Group. We appreciate the time. Hello, I'm Mimi Rohr. I'm speaking on behalf of the McConnell Group. We appreciate the time that members took to speak directly with Greg McConnell to hear our concerns about this issue. We want the A's to remain in Oakland. Our personal preference would be at the Coliseum, which would be a tremendous shot in the arm for East Oakland and could be a great venue if done right. We are concerned that the proposed ballpark and housing project at Howard Terminal would interrupt the operations of industrial businesses at or near the port, which will have a regional impact. It is our hope that the Board of Supervisors declines the offer to spend public funds on the terminal project. We hope that the board will consider uses that could be made of those funds, like mental health services that are plaguing homeless people in the county. We know that you declined to have this vote earlier because due diligence on the benefits to the county and county residents had not been done. It still has not been done. Minimally, we request that you delay a vote until you resolve issues like return on investment, appropriate levels of contributions, and real benefits to county residents. Alternatively, if you do move forward, we ask that you clarify that your vote is non-binding and that no checks will be written or funds appropriated until these issues are resolved. Thank you very much.
Please state your name. You're on the line.
Good afternoon. My name is Aaron Wright, born and raised in Oakland, current business agent of the ILWU. I've worked at Port of Oakland for the last 32 years. The ILW sees the Howard Terminal project as an existential threat to our port. The Port of Oakland is key component to economic engine of Northern California that far outweighs any contribution that the A's baseball team makes. Whether it's retail, manufacturing, or agribusiness, our port is a part of it. A strong growing port means strong and consistent economic growth for real world businesses and a real world economy. This stadium/housing project will choke off our port as Howard Terminal is essential to our operations. Thousands of cars and pedestrians and an infrastructure not to set up to handle them will make it impossible to get our ships, trains, and trucks in and out of that area. High-rise luxury condos will bring residents whose interests directly conflict with the industries in the area. If you take a look at the Oakland proposed downtown plan, this actually goes far beyond the Howard Terminal project. Let's be clear. Once lost, the port land and jobs are irrecoverable. The port cannot be rebuilt at the Coliseum. Meanwhile, if this port project is built at the Coliseum, it's a win-win for the city and county. No jobs will be lost, and the port's efficiency and potential will not be lost. Let's be clear, this is not about a stadium. The Oakland City Council has already approved an EIR for a brand new A's stadium at the Coliseum. At a fraction of the cost, the A's could break ground tomorrow on construction if they chose to. The reality here is that the A's want both sites to build on, as this whole thing is a real estate deal, which includes 200 acres of public land and $855 million. That's really close to $1 billion. The mayor and the A's have shown that they will say anything to sell this project, and this comes down to promises.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments.
Please state your name. You're on the line.
Hi, my name is Andreas Kluver, Secretary Treasurer of the Alameda County Building Construction Trades Council. And I first do want to thank the supervisors for hearing this issue. I know you have a lot of other pressing issues, but for labor, this is a very, very important issue. And it really boils down to, this is not about the county getting in the sports business. This is about economic development, and economic development generating the kind of resources that we can to serve the needy, homeless, and others. I want to focus on the issue of jobs. This project is going to generate, I think, as was said, not just about 25,000 construction jobs, which are careers. They're not temporary jobs. These are careers of real people. And our commitment, the building trades commitment to hiring Oakland and county residents has been unprecedented. But this is also about the thousands of good union jobs that will be lost if this project does not move forward and the A's leave Oakland. Those are good jobs for Oakland residents, African American residents that will be lost. And just to be clear, not a single of the 84,000 jobs will be lost as a result of this project. I want to be very clear on that. The final thing that I just want to say, this is a non-binding resolution you're embarking on today. There's no commitment right here to move forward ultimately with the county's participation. So voting yes here does not commit the county to doing this, but voting no may jeopardize this project and the thousands of existing and future jobs that this project will generate. Thank you very much.
Please state your name. You're on the line.
My name is Gennaro Baltrip. I'm an ILW Local 10 member. I don't believe that we should be privatizing. My name is Gennaro Baltrip. I'm an ILW Local 10 member, and I don't think we should privatize the port for a billionaire's condos. And the jobs that are going to be created are only going to be created for about 5 or more years. They're not going to be union jobs just there all the time building infrastructure. The infrastructure going to be built. And the jobs that the longshoremen have been doing since 1934, as they were established, we still here. I have almost 20 more years to do at the port. When you take away that work from Howard Terminal, my 20 years is I'm gonna have less opportunities to get out and get a job. Long term is gonna affect the longshoremen completely by allowing this to go down. No privatizing of the port.
Please state your name. You're on the line.
Hello. Hello, my name is Richard Hake, and I'm an Alameda County business owner and a 5th generation West Oakland resident. I'm urging the Board of Supervisors to take action on the Oakland Athletics proposed development in EIFD at Howard Terminal. I'm not going to waste much of your time addressing the lies and the propaganda and the scaremongering from the AstroTurf groups like East Oakland Stadium Alliance, reading from their dubious and disingenuous scripts, while many of the folks are focused on the billionaire John Fisher. They're distracted from the various billionaire polluters, slumlords, and media types opposing this project in order to protect from taking responsibility and shielding themselves from the scrutiny of public agencies. The city of Oakland's already negotiating most of these issues, and additionally, the funds that are being proposed don't actually exist without the project itself. What we need the county to focus on is taking part in utilizing the funds made available by the EIFD. And that's millions of dollars every year, not just for Oakland, but the people of Alameda County. The city has already made known what they intend to absorb the financial risks, and those risks are not passed on to the county. We're in a housing crisis, an environmental crisis, we're in a infrastructure crisis. While this project isn't perfect, Howard Terminal project does address those very issues, and it's important to make sure that we do all the right things for the people of the county. Thank you.
Please state your name. You're on the line.
Good evening, Cheryl Walton, Oakland resident. I will be very disappointed with those of you on this board that are even considering the mayor's request to use our county money for financing an EIFD versus the much needed healthcare and other county services is a fiscally irresponsible decision. To date, neither the city of Oakland nor the A's have provided sufficient information for the board, you all, to properly assess whether to participate in the proposed public funding of the A's Howard Terminal Real Estate Development Project. By itself, this incomplete information and inadequate analysis should be sufficient reason not to move forward at this time and to stick to the board's prior decision not to rush into a deal that is half-baked and before the city and A's have finalized the terms of the deal. The revenue projections provided by the city's consultant are based on full build-out of the project, which could take up to 30 years to even materialize. There is no analysis of how quickly those revenues will ramp up and whether in the intervening years, the county will have to fund any shortfall. So the board should not be unnecessarily rushed to action and should not vote on whether to contribute the county's share of public funds to the IFD until 1, the city and the A's have finalized and agreed on a term sheet. The county has been provided a full analysis and have the ability to digest all potential county expenditures that will be incurred as a result of the project and the annual net impact on the county's general fund. And lastly, the county has adopted a policy on IFD funding, which ensures that all projects are held to minimal standards and guardrails that are in place to protect myself, taxpayers, from bearing the burden of private developers.
Thank you very much.
Please state your name. You're on the line. Anita, you're on the line. Please state your name. You're on the line. Mark? Please state your name. You're on the line.
Thank you. This is David Peters. I am the board chair of WOCAN, the West Oakland Cultural Action Network, and also sat on the Howard Terminal Community Benefits Agreement Steering Committee for about 18 months. It's probably spent about a year before that meeting with fellow West Oakland residents to prepare us for that process and gain a level of understanding. And I've continued to meet with West Oakland residents since the abandonment of that committee by the A's in June. And so I said it to say we've spent a couple of years uncompensated working on this issue. And it is ironic that we talk about equity in the ARPA process because this process seriously lacks equity. You know, we heard presentations from the county, the city, the port, and the maritime industry. We did not hear anything from the community. And once again, you know, this community has been fighting for itself since before 1934, and we continue to be squatted on by all the billionaires from the port, from the A's, for all these stakeholders. Our voices are reduced to, how much was it, 2 minutes at a time, and no organized opportunity to make presentations about the place where we live, where my parents lived, where my grandfathers came to find a little bit more freedom. And we continue to be crapped on by this process. And so I will say this, it's entirely disappointing to hear so many people talk about the economic activity from the port. Step outside those port gates. What do they leave us? Pollution and poverty. There's been no affordable housing built by this industry. They don't do anything for job development for this community. The roads are a mess. And so this project is an opportunity for us in West Oakland to achieve some things that we have not been able to achieve by any other means. That we need to get them trucks down into the port proper, you know, on the former Oakland Army base property. We need that. Make that happen. I want to have access to the waterfront. As a California resident, I think the Constitution says I get to have access to the waterfront. Open up that public land for public use, build those parks out there. So we can have some nice waterfront parks and that the public can access its public land and not be kept up by the global maritime industry for their polluting uses. Finally, that $411 million that Dave Cabell was talking about.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, because we want to try to get to as many people as possible. And I'm sure that we heard your comments. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Please state your name. You're on the line. Jose, you're on the line. Please unmute your mic.
Hello, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Luis Pavon. I work with SCIU USWW. Our union represents janitors and security guards at the Oakland A's Coliseum. And I'm here to ask you to please vote yes and support the project at the Howard Terminal. Our members are depending on these jobs. Our members urgently need the future opportunities for increased pay and benefits and job stability. If the A's are to leave Oakland, it would be detrimental to many of our members who have worked at the Oakland Coliseum for many years. And our union asks you to please support this project. Thank you very much.
Please state your name. You're on the line.
Hello, my name is Sharon Rose. I live in Oakland in Supervisor Miley's district. I'm opposed to this project for many reasons, the most important of which are the threat it represents to the port and all its good jobs. And secondly, we don't need more luxury condos. We need development in East Oakland for affordable housing and good jobs. And the existing Coliseum should be rehabilitated as part of an entertainment and sports complex. But I want to emphasize that even if I did support it, I would still be opposed to spending any public money to support the private development of a billionaire who's only going to make more millions, hundreds of millions off of this project. Our public money needs to be spent to serve the people who are the most impacted in our county. We should be prioritizing above all else the development of affordable housing and housing for the homeless. Thank you.
Please state your name. You're on the line.
Unmute.
We can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Trish, go ahead. We can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, yay, wonderful. Okay, I'm Trish Guerrero Spencer. I'm on the Alameda City Council. I'm formerly the mayor of the city, and I'm speaking today in my personal capacity. I wanted to respond to some of the comments made by some of the supervisors. You should not have received a letter from the city of Alameda. Hopefully you did not receive anything from our mayor, and I think it's important to know that because this item was supposed to come to our council. It was on our agenda last Tuesday. I've received about 43 letters against it and only 2 in favor. Right before the meeting started, the staff removed the item, so we did not vote on this item. I do not think it's appropriate to enter into what's being referred to as a quote non-binding declaration. I actually think that has, as your attorneys have said, I think pretty much zero legal weight. In which case, I think it's more appropriate to wait until the EIR or their documents come in. This EIFD, the language, the resolution, page 2, third to the last paragraph says that this is to reimburse. It's a mechanism to reimburse the A's over time for some of the upfront costs of constructing for parks, affordable housing, on-site infrastructure. Those are costs that are always paid by the developers. They do not get reimbursed. And I think it's a precarious position for the county to entertain reimbursing those because of course we have projects in the city of Alameda. There are projects all over the county and the county counts on those monies to in fact do what is the mission. And I strongly support the very eloquent statements by the supervisors that the mission is in fact to provide housing, affordable housing, medical care, services, all of that. That is where that money comes from, and that's how you guys get it. So you need it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your name. You're on the line.
Good evening or good afternoon. My name is Liz Ortega Toro. I am the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Alameda Labor Council, representing 135,000 union members in Alameda County. And first of all, I want to thank you, Supervisor Carson, and the rest of the supervisors for all that you do to keep our community safe, especially during these last 19 months where we've been struggling with the global pandemic that none of us expected to take on when we took leadership. So I just wanted to say thank you. In addition, I'm calling today to ask that you vote yes on your continued non-binding commitment to support the Howard Terminal. I've seen union members lose their jobs, and I don't want to see more of that happening. I saw it with the Raiders. I saw it with the Warriors. And to be honest, I see it every day with some employers in the county who do receive public subsidy and are not good union employers. So I'm asking that you support this, and I'm asking that you vote yes on non-binding language.
Please state your name. You're on the line.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Glenn Lovell, Political Coordinator for Iron Workers Union, Local 378, representing members across Alameda County, wanting to stand in solidarity with, of course, the Building Trades Council and what you've heard from the Labor Council and other union members here, and supportive community members in support of this process of supporting this project at the Howard Terminal, and of course, beginning the non-binding exploratory process here. As we see here, of course, our members go through world-class apprenticeship programs, and super majorities of our apprentices, and this is true of the building trades across the board, are of underserved communities. Getting appropriate pipelines into debt-free, tuition-free, world-class education with the apprenticeship programs and standards that would be utilized under this project, and in the tens of thousands of construction jobs and effectively careers that this project would sustain, as well as the thousands of permanent and good union jobs that would be created from this project. Fundamentally, we know that this is a major economic stimulus. It is coexisting with fundamental port operations, and it, of course, is moving us forward in increasing supply of jobs as well as supply of tax revenue, and of course, generating millions annually projected for healthcare, early childhood education, combating homelessness. This is real forward movement here in terms of generating jobs and expanding essential services at a time where we very badly need it. Once again, encouraging support. Thank you.
Please state your name. You're on the line.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Anthony Viscuso, and I'm a business agent for the Heat and Frost Insulators, Local 16. I represent many Alameda County residents and hundreds more who work in Alameda County daily. We are at a point in time where inflation is running high, middle-class jobs are on the decline, and opportunities are leaving California. Infrastructure development and the revitalization of the waterfront are needed now more than ever. As some residents may be against progress, they need to realize that tax revenues generated from the future projects funded by the EIFD will afford the county to improve these same residents' communities and livelihoods. Said simply, it takes money to make money. In the interim, you will be creating thousands of jobs with real wages and benefits, further uplifting residents. Our union is looking forward to starting new apprenticeships for local high schoolers, disadvantaged citizens, and veterans. The work at the waterfront will make this happen. If we fail to act now, this opportunity is likely to go somewhere else. By voting to use some of the county tax money to fund the development of the ballpark waterfront, you'll be making a commitment to the future of Oaklanders and Alameda County residents to continue to provide much-needed jobs and infrastructure. We respectfully ask that the county support contributing their share to the enhanced infrastructure financing district. As a union officer, I could never condone a project that would cost other union members to lose their jobs. There will be no loss of jobs at the port. Thank you for your time.
Please state your name. You're on the line. Please unmute your mic, William.
There, did that work?
Yes, it did.
Oh, okay. I don't know how to work this thing too well. My name's William F. Dow. I'm a member of ILW Local 6. I'm retired, also a member of their district council. I'm hoping you vote against the project at the Howard Terminal. The maritime industry is vital for the area. and industry and residential do not get along well. The industry always just gets the short end, so I'm hoping you vote no. And to keep it very short, the Coliseum site they could have built that 3 years ago, and they're stalling on it because they want more property. And but the maritime industry needs a water's edge. The ballpark can be put anywhere. Thank you very much.
Please state your name. You're on the line.
Good evening. My name's Jason Lindsay. I'm president of Ironworkers Local 378, representing 2,500 ironworkers, of which over 500 live in Alameda County and Oakland. I want to echo the comments of my building trades colleagues that have already spoke before me. But I also want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. If the county chooses to support the infrastructure needs of this project, it wouldn't mean that the county is back in the sports business. It would mean that the county is helping to build the infrastructure necessary for its citizens to work in the offices, live in the housing, and recreate in the stadium, performing arts auditorium, and the parks. Isn't a job, shelter, and recreation components to a well-rounded life? Who could be in opposition to that? Thank you.
Please state your name. You're on the line.
Hi, my name is Will Stein. I'm born and raised in Oakland and Alameda County. I would like to ask the Board of Supervisors to please consider voting yes on a non-binding resolution for the A's to improve infrastructure around the Howard Terminal area. My dad, he moved here from Canada to Alameda County, where he became a baseball fan and an Oakland A's fan. He passed that love down to me. And even though he passed away when I was 7, we both shared a deep love of the Oakland A's that left me with a sense of local and civic pride that I hold into this day. And I believe that the A's make Oakland feel extraordinary. And while I was born and raised in Alameda County, I went to school in Seattle where there were the same talking points about building a ballpark on the port that would destroy jobs at the Port of Seattle, which is in fact larger than the Port of Oakland. And they have seen no reduction in jobs or productivity or anything like that. So I don't think that we should be listening to claims that we will lose jobs at the port just because the A's will build a ballpark near there. So please vote yes on a non-binding term sheet to continue negotiating and to learn more, just to ensure that there is an opportunity to learn more about what this project will look like in the future. Voting no ensures that the project will stall out and we won't get to learn about any further details. I think voting yes is crucial and critical for infrastructure and for jobs, for labor, and for the environment. And yeah, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take at this time, I want to hopefully be understood. At this time, we're going to take one more speaker on this item. For the other speakers who are lined up, let me say this: we will come back to this item after we meet our legal responsibility to a board item that has been placed there that we have to follow based on county council's advice regarding redistricting. Sandra, do we have any understanding of how long it might, just a possible time period on this? Chris? Okay. So we will have to take time to set up for any of you who wish to come back to the redistricting meeting. That is a public meeting. You can follow that as well. It's an open meeting, which will give you an even up to the minute understanding of when we might be back into open session, continuing this item. And again, I deeply want to apologize that we have been placed in this situation. Everything has been pushed up against a time frame. There are some things which were statutory and that are obligations, such as the redistricting meeting, which is at 6 o'clock. But the other items were, for some strange reason, time sensitive, had to be done today on top of the work that we normally do and we have an obligation to do, statutory obligation to do, which is the health, safety, and welfare of the people, which we had to put on the back burner, to be honest with you. And we still will have board meeting to conduct after we conclude, even coming back and completing and hearing from all of you. And I really appreciate your attendance and attention to this matter, and hope that you don't drop off when we come back. In 1 hour is what our community development agency person is telling us, and also county staff, county council.
Yes, if I may, I was going to make a recommendation that you announce that this meeting will recess and it will continue at we have to continue it to a time certain, so it will continue at 7:15. How does that sound?
And my only caveat, council, would be we could get extensive public comment, which we will need to take, so we can't predict that. But
Yeah, but we are required to continue this meeting to a time certain. So
We'll take council's advice and say 7:15.
And if
so, we'll have to unfortunately make adjustments.
Right.
And again, I deeply want to apologize to the everyday ordinary citizen who is taking time out to be heard. So I want to make sure that we give you every opportunity to be heard. So I want to apologize for that. And then after we conclude redistricting, come back and conclude that, then we will begin our regular board meeting after that. In order to try to meet all of the demands of the people who've been saying we had to have these items on the agenda today before the city of Oakland has completed its work. Okay. So we will recess this 12 o'clock set matter on.
We'll recess this meeting.
We will recess this meeting and reconvene at 7, and reconvene this meeting at 7:15. Thank you.
And she's English Hispanic.
Good afternoon.
Hi,
Hello,
Patty.
hello.
We're getting
Hi.
everything set
I
up.
can't rename myself. I wanted to, but I guess they've blocked that. So somebody has to
Okay.
rename me.
What do you
Okay,
want to be
no
renamed
problem.
as?
Thank
Interpreter?
Rhonda, you're here?
Who was that, Marcy or
Yeah,
Clara?
I'm in the same situation. Patty, this is Clara.
No problem. Let's see where Rhonda is. Hello, Rhonda, you're there?
She's here. This is Anika.
The Zoom is not ours. It's clients and Zoom, just so you know. Thank you for your patience. No problem. I was glad to see the text chain. That way I knew I wasn't the only crazy person there. Yeah, and we have been using Zoom webinar ourselves last week for other clients, and we are having major problems. So I was like hoping that this was not the same thing. Hi, Rhonda, are you there? You must be busy preparing this. Patty? Patty, can you hear me? She's not here. Patty, can you hear me? So, you know, they didn't expect this to go overtime at all. Did you guys get a lot of rain over there?
In Antioch, yes, on Sunday, it's pouring.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'm in Southern California, and we just got a little bit. Yeah, we got a lot here in Richmond as well, and it seems to be the conversation du jour. I know. No. Rain is such a weird subject.
Patty, can you hear me? This is Anika.
Let's see if they said anything in the chat. Not yet.
Patty?
Yeah, they must be busy preparing this meeting.
I think they have a morning one and it just ended. I think they have the regular board
Okay, there's
meeting.
somebody here. Is this Rhonda? No, I cannot hear you. You sound very far away.
Okay, what about now? Can you hear me? Testing, testing.
Yes, I don't look at me.
Okay, Patty, you're going to have to relinquish the hosting so we can
Okay.
have control.
Well, I see two people that are called clerk of the board. Which one do I give it to? I'll give it to one of them and then you guys can give, if I give it to the wrong person, you can give it to the right person.
Okay, we changed it.
Okay, can you make me co-host?
No, we can't make you a co-host. You can only be a panelist.
Okay.
Okay. Are we all set? We're on the
Yes.
English channel and your interpreters are on the Spanish channel, correct?
Yes.
Okay.